In the criminal justice system, the people are represented by two separate yet equally important groups: the police who investigate crime and the district attorneys who prosecute the offenders.
That's assault, ma'am. Break that, ma'am. Drop that, ma'am. That's assault, ma'am. That's assault, ma'am. Break that, ma'am. Break that, drop that chair here. These people are going to eject you from this line. That's assault, ma'am. That's assault, ma'am. It is. You cannot touch me like that. Oh, I will be telling them exactly what happened. Break that, ma'am. Ma'am. These people are going to eject you from this line. That's assault. That's assault. We have video of her just touching. Out of that chair. I will. Excuse me. Ma'am. Excuse me. Break that. That's assault. That's drop that chair. Ma'am. You cannot touch me like that. Break that. Break that. Break that. That's break that. Break that. Oh, I will be telling you. Break that. Break that. That's assault. Drop that. That's assault. That's assault. Drop that. Break that. That's assault. Drop that chair here. We have video of her just. These people are going to eject you from this line. Out of that chair. I will. Assault. It is incredibly appropriate. I will. You cannot touch me like that. That's assault. Break that. Drop that chair here. Ma'am, you cannot touch me like that. It is an incredible. That's assault. Break that. That's assault. Break that. Drop that chair. Ma'am. Drop that chair. Ma'am. Drop that chair. Ma'am. These people are going to eject you from this line. Break that. Break that. Break that. That's assault. Break that. Ma'am. Break that. Oh, I will. Ma'am. That's assault. That's assault. Oh, I will be telling them exactly what happened. Drop that chair here. That's assault. Break that. Ma'am. That's assault. Ma'am. Break that. Ma'am. Break that. Drop that chair here. These people are going to eject you from this line. That's assault. Ma'am. That's assault. Ma'am. It is. You cannot touch me like that. Oh, I will be telling you exactly what happened. Break that. Break that. Ma'am. These people are going to eject you from this line. That's assault. That's assault. We have video of her just touching. Out of that chair. I will be. Excuse me. Ma'am. Excuse me. Break that. That's assault. Drop that chair. Ma'am. You cannot touch me like that. Break that. Break that. Break that. That's break that. Break that. Oh, I will be telling you. Break that. Break that. That's assault. Drop that. That's assault. That's assault. Drop that. Break that. That's assault. Drop that chair here. We have video of her just. These people are going to eject you from this line. Out of that chair. I will be assault. It is incredibly appropriate. I will. You cannot touch me like that. That's assault. Break that. Drop that chair here. Ma'am, you cannot touch me like that. It is an incredible. That's assault. Break that. That's assault. Break that. Drop that chair. Ma'am. Drop that chair. Ma'am. Drop that chair. Ma'am. These people are going to eject you from this line. Break that. That's break that. Break that. That's assault. Break that. Ma'am. Break that. Oh, I will. Ma'am. That's assault. That's assault. Oh, I will. That's assault. 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 Oh, I will. That's assault. 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 Oh, I will be telling you. That's assault. 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 Oh, I will be telling you exactly what happened. Drop that chair here. That's assault. Break that. That's assault. That's assault. Oh, I will be telling you. That's assault. That's assault. Oh, I will be telling you. That's assault. 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 Oh, I will. That's assault. 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 That's assault.
What's he going to do for us?
Well, let me show you just how smart he is.
Okay, just show me.
All right?
Here we go.
Hey, Mudslinger.
Why don't you come right over here?
Yeah, go say hi to Mario. No, we'll say hi later. All right. Mudslinger, wave hello to everybody. That's it. Mudslinger, can you lay down? Both ends. Both ends. Good. Can you play dead? Bang! Good boy! let's see if a pig can retrieve. Mudslinger, there's your toy. Will you go fetch that for me? Thank you. Oh, I got to show you one thing. The other night after dinner, I caught him sneaking into the kitchen. Can you show him how you sneak into the kitchen? Good boy. Well, a lot of people think that pigs are actually messy animals, but they're not. They're very clean. So Mudslinger's going to show you how he puts his toys away. Mudslinger, here is your little shark. Would you please put it away? Well, guess what time it is? It's time for soccer. But before we can participate in any soccer, we need to have the traditional raising of the flag. Would you do the honors? Thank you. Now, this is an extremely difficult trick, especially for a young pig that's not even quite 1 year old. Because we're going to ask him to dribble around 3 different cones and then shoot a goal. And I hope we can get it on the first try. We're going to see. Okay, Mudslinger, are you prepared? Here we go. I want to see you weave in and out and put it in the goal. If you notice, he doesn't dribble with his hoof. He uses his snout. I hope he has a nose for the goal today. Shoot it.
Ah! You can do it!
Yeah! Oh, what a good boy you are! Thank you! Excellent! The Einstein of porcine. All right. Well, you did a very good job. So, Mudslinger, I want you to come right over here, right here. And what I want you to do is take a bow. All right. It's time to pack your bags and get ready to go home.
Pets have also been very useful lately in working with hardcore criminals. When people have not been able to reach the criminal, the animal has been able to reach some inner quality in them. Now, you play. Hurry, play. Come on. You play. Play good. Yeah, that's it. Keep going. Come on. Play like you played yesterday.
Good morning, everyone. I just want to say to all the haters out there who say this channel isn't true crime related, I say to you, I just showed you Sarah Boone's entire case. Do you understand? And it was fun, and we had a laugh. So, yes, we do. And also, this bunny named BB helps criminals. It is a criminal. Something about criminals. See?
Pets have also been very useful lately in working with hardcore criminals. When people have not been able to reach
hardcore criminals, nonetheless. Remember the guys in Louisiana that escaped? This bunny is why they came back. That's why they got caught. The bunny narked. It's a narc. And it's a bunny.
The criminal, the animal has been able to reach some inner quality in them. Now, you play. Hurry, play. Come on. You play. Play good. Yeah, that's it. Keep going. Come on. Play like you played yesterday. There you go. There. That's it. Oh, there. Come on. Do it again. Come on. We want to see more. We want to see that again. That was so neat.
Do you have any idea how many serial rapists and criminals spent one day with this bunny and said, not for me, no more? I'm born again because I saw this bunny.
There.
Because the answer to you is none. None of them. However, give it time. It's only been like 30 years. Now, this one's just important because I feel like not enough of you have trained your cats. I'm not trying to be judgmental. but I did the OSINT. I've been paying attention to you guys while we float. Also, thank you for everybody who has been concerned about the weather. I have too. We flooded again. And I gave up. I said, fine, you win. I looked up at the sky, I said, you win. And then we got the water out again. And then I have another round of it's kind of funny at this point. A bunch of towels and blankets. Here's the thing. I appreciate all of you who are like, stay in a hotel. You have to understand, in Austin, the cheap hotel, the Motel 6, that's the one where Roxanne Paltoff got taken from, and people get murdered there, and it's way less safe than a floating apartment. And then all the others are $400 a night. And also, if we just leave it, then we're gonna end up with, well, that's a good point, bed bugs. We're gonna end up with bugs and mold in the house, and everything will be much worse because it's also 90 degrees outside perpetually. So the choice is wake the fuck up, suck it up, and literally get the water out and dry everything, and then try to immediately go to the laundromat in the morning, spend $75 to $90 to redo all the laundry you just did in the hot heat. Bring the hot laundry back to your hot, mildewy, fucking humid house. Turn on humidifiers, start it all, squeegee everything out, dry again, then spray anti-mold spray, move everything away from the walls, toss out everything that did get wet, make sure none of the electric is wet because we don't want to be in a Tesla house. And then after that's done, you got to remember also at the beginning, you got to call into work. So you got to do all that, and then it happens again. So it's been a curse and a curse, and it's fine. It's all fine. Partially because the internet only went out for a day or two. The electric only went out once, and I only floated once in the car, so that's good. No, I did not get a new doorknob. And yes, death and laughs, and it's, so here's the thing. The other thing is I have a landlord so it turns out there's a homeowner and then the landlord who are like his shitty kids who are adults. And then there's the management company they hired because they all live out of state. And it said barely legal. It said barely, like they said, hey, good news, real close to having to get the fuck out, but you don't. And I was like, oh, well, that's not good either. Apparently there's state regulations. So they said keep spraying the mold spray. Yeah, I only floated one time. The other thing is I did freak out on the landlord in the last email. I said a lot of things. I unburdened my heart. Let's just say that. And they said, well, we'll give you $70 off your rent to pay for the laundry. Just bring us the receipts from the laundry service. And I said, first of all, the financier. No, they did. And they came to test the mold levels. And then they told us we're barely legal, which I never want to hear. Ever. So yeah, so then I said, service, the financier. No, I go to a laundromat. Like, are you fucking out of your mind? Because you guys said that we had washers and dryers when we moved in, and we didn't. We said, where are they? And they said next door. And then next door said, no, you can't use these. So we were pretty pissed in the beginning. That's how we got half off our deposit, was bitching about that. And then I said, where are the baseboards? And why is it not painted? And then we got that. And then no deposit. And then they asked us for a new deposit when the new landlord bought it. So that was really cool. Exactly, Satan. So that's what I said. And here's the other thing. They sent out Rex Heuerman. They sent out the Dylans. They sent out a wonderful man who didn't speak any English, but he was very nice to me. And he said, I've been sent to build the wall. And I was like, whoa, been there. It didn't happen, but around me, okay. Rude. But also, they wanted to build a wall of cement around the outside bottom. And that would also prevent the door from opening and closing. So we had to discuss that. So I basically called the landlord. I said things that would have made my mother go, Kate, language. And yes, and I try to explain this to people, C. Smith. I've tried to explain this is Texas. Like, you don't understand. They don't actually care. Like, this is the state, like, oh, you're having an ectopic pregnancy. Well, I guess you're dying. This is the state where it's like, oh, you can't afford a home? Well, yikes. You can live in the forest, and then they come every week and they take all their stuff and they burn it. This is the place where snakes are protected and we're not. And where, like, as a woman, like, if a guy beats my ass, like, that's just it. It's not a hate crime. Like, it's not like it doesn't fall at a level where they go to jail. Like, you can literally not go to jail and like beat someone up. Like, this is a place where if you get in a car accident, you fill out a report online, even if your neck is broken. You pick a switch for them to beat you with, essentially. So they just don't care. It's don't ask, don't tell about everything here. Like, they don't want to know if you're gay. They don't want to know if you're drowning. They don't want to know if you've been in a car accident. They don't want to know if you've been halved. Like, if you've been cut in half by a machete. In fact, I'll show you something cool. We're going to watch a news story in a little bit about what they did this week. Also, there's another really fun one that's been going around on TikTok, because they're purposefully making teachers put the 10 commandments in schools and hang them up. And they're making them do it on a Sunday. But one of the 10 commandments, I guess, insinuates that you don't work on a Sunday. So that's cool. I used to think Massachusetts was worse, but I don't think so anymore. I don't think so. It's pretty fucking bad here, actually. like the governor said, throw out all the rape kits since the 80s that got moldy and make the rape victims pay for the lawsuit they filed because you didn't test them to Austin rape. That's just Austin. Like, because we're a sanctuary city. It's a lot, you guys. They really don't care. And also landlords and like the tenant court stuff, like, do you remember in the Savannah Soto case how those apartments didn't have heat or water for months and like people were getting shot, like leaving their house? Like, they all lost. Like, they didn't win against their landlords. Like, you don't, because the governor appoints everybody on track, and that's the Texas Real Estate Commission. So it's all his friends. So like, all the landlords here, like, including the company Airbnb and Zillow, like, they take priority over normal humans. They also, like, remember when we were getting government handouts during COVID, when they were sending everybody checks, our governor said we don't want them on our behalf, so we didn't get a lot of the money you guys got. They don't care at all. Like, there's Hurricane Harvey victims whose houses floated away that are still waiting on FEMA help. And also, here's another thing. Like, it's really fucking crazy here, like, as far as natural disasters and insurance. So I'm required to have rental insurance, but rental insurers are not required to cover flooding or fire here because our governor declared it a flood and a fire zone. So the insurance dropped all that from all the standard policies. So you have to pay for a separate insurance. So if you want flood or fire insurance, it's got to be separate, and you can't really get fire insurance if you're a landowner. Like, it's almost impossible. It costs like $1,500 a month for like a half acre. Like, it's really dumb. So yeah, for individual apartments, they make it so that you have to purchase it totally separate, and it costs like $300 a month. So no. So yeah, yeah, they tried to reject national health care, but they lost that because it got overturned in the courts. But then Greg Abbott stripped the funding from Planned Parenthood to punish them. So that's how it works here. So basically, like, I can't piss my landlord off a lot or we have nowhere to live. So I have to limit the shit I talk, but also they can break a lot of laws and a lot of stuff in the lease. And there are no squatters' rights here. So, like, they can tell me to get the fuck out in 24 hours. And if I don't, they can pull a gun on me. So I'm not going to do that. But also, if I go stay at a hotel, like, everything molds and then they can charge me for mold damage. So, with that said, I'm trying very hard to keep it together and do what I can. And I'm going to do what I usually do, which is I'm just going to deduct it from the rent and see if they notice, because they never notice and I do it all the time. And that is my confession. If they fuck me and I have to fix it because they're not like on top of it, I will fix it myself. When the toilet broke, I took the $78 out of that. The only thing I don't make them reimburse me for is the AC, because I'm taking that the fuck with me when I leave. If they don't like it, I know chattel law. It's like the one thing I was good at in real estate school. So fuck off with that. But that's what's been going on. And they still have not put in sandbags, nor have they cleaned the gutter. So what we did was we built a moat with our feet in the rocks the other night, which you can see on my Twitter. And yeah, they saw it. I sent them the video. I said, I built a moat. We did it with our feet. We smoked cigarettes in a thunderstorm and we kicked rocks. Literally, we kicked rocks. They told us to kick rocks. So we kicked rocks and we not only made a moat, but we made like our own pathway, like a culvert. I don't know what you would call it, but it goes out. He did eat your son, and I'm still pissed about that, honestly. We made it so that the water goes out and flows into where the cars are. So, yeah, a natural pool. That's what I'm thinking of it as. That's a nice way to think of it, Sassy. Yes, a natural pool. So now the water is pouring down and it's not collecting so much to where it can flood in as much. Now it's flooding in like a foot, which I can handle. So, that's what's going on. And then they sent me another email saying, well, we're going to just send someone out from blah, blah, blah company. I'm not going to say their name, which is the Amish Rex Heuermann fellow that is, I'm pretty sure, brain dead. And he's like 20 and he doesn't know anything about how to do anything. So they're going to send big fat boy out to stare at the wall. And they're not going to do anything about it. And I'm just going to end up getting sandbags. And I'm going to put them in myself. If nothing's done by the end of the day, that's the plan. So that's what's happening today. Yeah, so the pipes that they put in a gutter with a big pipe that goes down. And by the way, they found the exit of it finally. And it's supposed to let out in the flower garden, but it's actually full of dirt. I thought it let out in front of our door. It's next to our door and it's clogged with dirt. So now it just comes up by the door. So that's really cool. And yeah, so that's what we're going to do. And then I'll probably hire a gutter service and then take that out of rent. And I'll just do it myself because I'm so tired of it. And I'm tired of just like mold is a big issue and no one seems concerned about it but me. I am concerned about mold spores. I've seen videos of that shit morphing under a microscope. And to think that we inhale that and then you get like all 9/11 on the inside, I don't want that. I don't want that for me and my dog and my common law husband. Fuck that. So we're going to spray the spray and we're going to fight the good fight. Okay. It's going to happen. But right now, we're going to learn about toilet training your cat.
Hello, my name is Jill.
Oh, and I want to say thank you to all of you for being patient, and those of you who helped, and those of you who have done, like, fucking goddamn Andrea for starting the GoFundMe thing. I appreciate that. You don't have to do that anymore. I appreciate it. I'm just going to hold it against them, and I'm gonna just refuse to pay things. Like, I'm gonna do a filibuster. I'm gonna do a filibuster, which sounds like a really good sandwich, honestly. But I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna fucking, having dignity never works. So I'm probably gonna leave some threatening voice messages and get arrested. But it's gonna be fine. This is how to toilet train your cat.
And together we're going to toilet train our kitties. Everything you need is right here. Okay, the litter box should be small enough so that the toilet seat fits right on top. You will also need a spare toilet seat. An aluminum pan will be needed. And of course you will need cat litter. You might also need some distilled white vinegar. You will also need some tools to keep everything secure. Hello, this is where it will all take place. Now take a look at my kitty through time lapse, go through the whole procedure.
Total Eclipse, I love this from you. Yes, I should. I should go play pig.
Welcome back. Well, there you go. From litter box to toilet seat. And it is great. Here is a little something I wrote. Meow. You're sharing this bathroom with one cool cat. So please remember to leave the toilet seat flat. And with the cover left up, I can be smarter than any pup. Also, upon departing, please don't leave the bathroom door shut, because that would leave me in a very big rut. Or one last...
What if I have this printed out, typed out exactly like it is, and I framed it and I did a giveaway? Would you guys want this toilet poem for a cat? Because I'm going to make one for myself, so I may as well get one for you guys.
Last thing, if you should see me blush, can you do me a favor and keep it hush-hush? See, I still haven't learned to give it the old flush. My friends get a great kick out of that.
Hi, my name is Catherine Lord, and I want to welcome you to the wonderful world of puppies. In this video, we are going to help you understand what's involved in having a litter. By now, you should know your bitch is pregnant. Sometimes a bitch will come earlier, sometimes a few days later. Milk Aid helps aid the bitch. Watch your bitch. What is normal for your bitch? The delivery has begun. The bitch is into heavy labor. Comforting the bitch, you want to reassure your bitch if your bitch lets out a scream. We only usually allow the bitches to eat 1 or 2 of the afterbirths. Breeders always say, call your vet when the bitch has had contractions for a long time.
The bitch should be examined to make sure that all the nipples are okay. If the bitch vomits, the bitch may be in difficulty. Small bitch. Bitches. Every bitch should be checked for brucellosis.
Why is it important that a bitch not be overweight?
Overweight bitches, an overweight bitch, a fat bitch, a bitch, and you should exercise the bitch.
Approximately how long can a bitch go?
A lot depends on the bitch.
The bitch.
The bitch, that bitch, the bitch is just very, very nervous. Milk the bitch, calm the bitch down, and try to milk the bitch like a cow.
I'd like to talk to you about a very moving subject. In the past, we've done a lot of things to get your attention and make a few points about waterbeds. Namely, they can be virtually motionless.
Now, the bitch video, I told you guys, these are all very carefully curated, okay? So the bitch video, that was for my landlords, okay? And just because I think it's funny that a cat is shitting in the toilet. It's making shitties in the toilies, and I think that's funny, okay? But this one's personal. I chose Iowa Waterbed salesman guy from the found footage. Fest footage because this has been my week. And I connect with him on a different level now looking at this. And especially the part where he chainsaws the waterbed, which I feel like was really unsafe back then because you know that shit, it's not electric, right? Was there a cord there? Also, remember when waterbed salesmen or just bed salesmen, like people who sold furniture, remember when they used to wear 3-piece suits? When did that stop? When did that stop? Those were kind of the days, right? Am I getting old? What is happening? Also, good morning. Good morning, occiput boner. I used to call it octopus, but whatever. I do. Good morning, Kim McD. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everyone. But yeah, I do spray. I use like natural stuff inside the house because of Hugin. I'm very cognizant of Hugin. I do not want Hugin to get another thing of hair spots. His hair is growing back. He's on medication. Don't want to go through that again. He is highest priority. Highest priority. He has gotten 2 dog beds thus far this week. He's about to get a 3rd because the other one got wet. So that's happening. Which I don't even know why he needs a bed. He gets on our bed, but he does sleep in it during the day when he takes his 5 or 6 fucking naps. Because Hugins, they be getting tired, y'all. Okay. I just want to warn you guys, the waterbed guy is very triggering. And he is in a 3-piece suit. But I feel like we need this exposure therapy. And this is following a theme. Okay?
I'd like to talk to you about a very moving subject. In the past, we've done a lot of things to get your attention and make a few points about waterbeds. Namely, they can be virtually motionless. Even major leaks are retained by the liner. They are no floor loading problem. And they're just plain fun. And when you buy your bed from Waterbed Creations, we'll rush the product to you and stand on our heads to assure your satisfaction. Because at Waterbed Creations, the rest is better, and we're better than the rest.
So they're famous because they put an elephant in their waterbed. And I think it's pretty cool. Also, this just made me laugh. I don't know why. I know that one of these guys got in a fight at an Austin bar and pie-faced my friend. So that's very funny. I think the other one died, which is very sad. But look, it's a fan club video for the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers.
The Mighty Morphin Power Rangers!
It's like a electrical kind of thing. It's like a zip, a zoom, you know. Little thing, zing, you know, and then all of a sudden like, hey, I'm worked, all right.
Besides fighting evil and, you know, going to school and things like that, I always find time to practice, but, you know, I always do my homework first. Sometimes we get in disagreements when we're under spells, like, you know, the time when the shark monster.
It would be really cool to have a girlfriend.
When I was little, I was bit by a fish.
The one event that
When I was little, I was bit by a fish. I'm going to be clipping that. Sassy, I'm glad you brought that up. I did see that guy talking about spreading loads all over his body. I literally could not. I could not comment. I chose no comment because, yeah, I saw that. I had to. As a comedian, I cannot invest the amount of time that deserved because we were flooding, which was so ironic. Because me too, Dr. Welcher.
When I was little, I was bit by a fish.
the one event that I remember was facing
Like, God was literally spreading his load on me while the doctor was talking about that. So I was like, this is wrong. I can't touch this. This is too rich of a subject for me.
mantis. The mantis.
I have my junk problems.
I like to eat.
My favorite's guacamole cheeseburgers.
I love vanilla ice cream and chili dogs, my favorite. And in my spare time, I just collect stuffed animals.
Okay, so the reason we are here, and yes, I watched it 3 times. Well, technically 2.5. I made it halfway through. This is why we're here today, ladies and gentlemen. Now, for those of you who have been here a while, you would think I would hate this man. You would think that I would look at Scott Chrisley and I would say, oh, no, sir. No, sir. I've told you guys, as crazy as it sounds, yeah, you're a conservative Christian Republican. You're kind of a lot of the opposite of me. But look, some of my besties are. Like, one of my best friends is, she had donkeys at her wedding. My parents are. They fucking rule. I'm pretty sure, I think, like, Duty Ron is. I know Melanie, I think, is. Like, just the way people talk, you can kind of tell. But I still love them, and people can have different thoughts, different opinions. Now, the problem is I am very torn when I really like someone and they're hateful. And I don't feel like any of those people at all are hateful that I just mentioned. And there's a lot who aren't. I feel like Todd, Chrisley, and Savannah, even though the whole fucking family, even though they wear the hats and they fucking love that shit, I personally find them to be very charming because I love Nanny Faye. And I watched them the day I saw the little one run into the room with a wrestling title belt and said, "It's not a belt, it's a title." And I said, I love this kid. Julie is his beard, and I love that for her. I love a strong beard, a strong independent Southern beard. I find it great. I think Savannah rocks. I think she rocks. I loved watching him GPS track the kids. He really did consider microchips, which was a joke I had for a long time. So I was pissed that he was trying to make it a reality, but I was excited that someone else thought along that mind frame. Like, why can't I microchip my boyfriend? Like, it didn't make any sense to me. So to hear someone validate that, Steve Harvey, love him. I don't care how many comedy agents tell me stay the fuck away from that guy. He's a nutbag. I love him. I think he's great. He can yell at me like Ellen. I don't care. This is one of those people. And that's Scott Chrisley. And here's why. Because this sweet, sassy, in my opinion, potentially closeted gay man who I adore, married the love of his life, an ex-beauty queen. She survived cancer multiple times. They raised these kids who are shockingly sweet. If you don't know Savannah's story, she's daddy's little girl. One time she entered a beauty pageant and Todd got mad he couldn't wear the crown. He says things like, you better pull up them pants. Don't let them sag. Oh, those are too tight, looking like some coochie cutters. You better take that off, honey. Like, they come up with really funny phrases.
I know folks have wanted.
But here's the thing. They got busted for tax shit, for not paying taxes because they didn't live in their home long enough. They did a Joe Rogan. They moved to get out of taxes. And because they apparently didn't live there long, some shit like that. It was really dumb. But regardless, the federal government said you owe us $3 million or some shit. And they were like, no, I fucking don't. And they had this assistant who they say is smarmy. And then the guy apparently helped them do all that and then turned on them, wanted money. They're like, listen, we're celebrities. We put you in charge of that. You fucked us. And now we're pissed. So everybody had their story, right? But here's the deal. Todd goes into prison, right? And everybody's like, oh my God, Todd Chrisley in prison? His mouth is going to get a workout and he's not going to make it. Like, is he going to be okay? He goes into prison. And when I tell you, watch his interviews with Brian Etten. Maybe we'll do that. You'd think he would cry and like freak out. He gets on the phone with Brian Etten. He's like, did you know black people are being mistreated in here? Todd, say it louder. Did you know there's a man in here for marijuana? Just because he ain't white. Like, Todd discovered that racism exists. And it was like, holy shit. He also discovered a law library. And he started getting in there. And no, not the time of his life. Dude, C. Smith, it's crazy. He would call Brian Etten and tell him stories about the inmates that, like, there's this old guy, he's 67, he's an old black man. He got put in here because of racism. And he'll just tell him, like, it's always a murder in the first type of situation, right? Like, he stole some bread to feed the family and ended up this and that and the other. And then Todd confirms that, and then he's like, well, this guy needed his seizure medicine. And then they didn't give it to him and he knocked his head out. And then he had to wait 3 hours. And then they took him off. And now he came back and he can barely talk. And that's when Todd started crying. He's like, the way they treat these inmates. He has become the biggest advocate for prison reform. Like, And the thing is, a lot of these inmates, they don't get to tell their story. They're not allowed, to call out and to say these types of things. And they tried to like silence Todd, and everybody who's seen the show knows you can't fucking do that. So he started like sneaking out fucking letters and shit to Bryant. Like he was leaking prison secrets about how they were treated. And he was naming names. And he was like, we're going to use my money to help these people. Like literally, him and Savannah have like, so they get out of prison, right? They get a pardon from President Trump, probably because they like stood up for him because they were, he actually did his crimes and theirs might have actually been a mistake. And they knew they could appeal to him, kind of like how Kanye did with Satonia. And a lot of people are saying, Kim, a lot of people are saying, it's because they're rich and celebrities. Yeah, probably. They say it's not, but it probably is. But Savannah did do her due diligence. And when they wouldn't give her interviews, she fucking drove to DC and forced them to give her interviews. Like, it's really fucking crazy how much she's dedicated of like her podcast and her platform to not only this, but then she like started dating the guy whose wife tried to kill him, the TikTok stars. She tried to kill her husband in like the Bahamas. She's like tried to hire a hitman. So Savannah starts dating that guy. Yeah, Savannah's the daughter that you're looking at with the blonde hair. So yeah, she did. Savannah was like super into Trump and shit. It was wild. So I was just like, oh Jesus. But then guess what fucking happens? She starts discovering this shit fucking like the actual prison that her parents were in. Her mom had breast cancer when she went in. That shit sucks. And here's another thing. So they adopted a baby girl named Chloe, right? Chloe is his son. Married a chick and they had a baby. And Chloe is half black. And so they're walking around with a baby that is not the same skin tone. And of course, racism, the South, people start giving them a hard time about that. Also, they fight with the son and the mom. And so that's a whole thing. But Chloe like really attached to them. So Savannah says, I'm adopting Chloe so that I can keep custody of her. So Savannah adopts her baby brother Grayson and Chloe just so she can take care of them while Todd and Julie are in prison. And that whole time, she's going to prison advocacy conferences and then taking every visit she can with them to feed messages to Brian Etten about prison reform. So it's really fucking crazy, but he gets out. He's of course like, Julie. They go to Nordstrom or some shit immediately, and he puts a bag on his head. It was wild. But regardless, they get out. Julie ends up going home to be with Chloe, and Todd holds a press conference. So that's kind of where we're at now. They are on their redemption arc big time, Reggie. Now, here's another thing. If you haven't seen the show, the appeal might not make sense through a press conference, but I don't even know if I can legally show you the show. But if I can find a clip thing of it, I've played a couple of clips of it before as like nuggets in old episodes. Like when he's like, get out of the pole chase, like shit like that, right? So Todd gets his pardon from Trump. Julie gets her pardon from Trump, right? Now, here's the thing. They even FaceTimed with him. They talk about it. They are all Trump. But then you can kind of feel the tone change. And the reason I'm kind of excited about this is because Todd told Brian and he's like, no matter what, I'm going to help all the people that I met in there. He's like, some of them are gang members. Some of them are like, he told Brian Etten this. He's like, I don't give a fuck. He's like, I'm spending the rest of my life advocating for the men and women in Pensacola's prison system. Like he was fucking pissed. So he gets out, right? And he's already talking about, we got to fix prisons. Well, Trump doesn't want to fucking do that. They don't want it. That's not what they're focused on. They are like, let them rot, right? Well, Todd is not like that. So it's very interesting seeing the pundits balance how they talk to Todd. And also, as much as it's against my grain, I do find it very funny when CNN asks him a question and he goes, you must be CNN, because they ask him about if he has remorse or something. And it's such a Todd Chrisley response. But it's also like, God damn, Todd, chill, dude. So this happened. I'm shocked. I did not think. I really truly thought that they were going to end up in appeals forever. There were some issues with some of the agents that worked their case who did kind of fuck them over. There was a lot of shady shit with the accountant and the manager involved. It is a very Trump response. It is. It's like, Jesus Christ, dude. Like, chill. You could just say, I don't have remorse, and here's why. But goddamn, like, he's showing that card big time. But at the same time, then the next thing he says is like all about, when he's talking about prison reform, all of the side who let him out get uncomfortable. It's very weird. Like, I'm wondering how this is gonna go. Now, if you don't know, Kanye and Kim went all in on Trump and then got what they wanted, and then that shit turned south real fast. So I'm very, that's the thing, Reggie. I'm very conflicted on this. I don't know. Because I'm like, good for Todd. Fucking speak out. Speak out about that shit you saw and how awful that was. Tell those guys stories. But then at the same time, he's fucking dogging on CNN. Yeah, he told Savannah, hold on, I got this. So we're gonna watch, okay? But here's the thing. If you're someone who watches show, look, I saw The Apprentice. That shit fucking sucked. I have no love for Trump, but and also what happened to that Outta kid, that was fucked up. That kid who came back from, it doesn't matter. The point is that, like, he's done a lot of fucked up shit. I do not like him at all. But Todd and Savannah and them, I liked their show. I love Nanny Faye. Nanny Faye is my favorite. So I'm sitting here like, well, fuck. I don't know how I feel about this. It is kind of, but the thing is, like, I don't hate it because if he's actually saving people, good. Like, I'd rather he have bad intentions and do a good thing, honestly. That's what's trippy about it. I don't know how to feel. And I love Savannah's suit. And I do love Savannah. It's just so weird seeing her so like, but it's cool maybe that they got out. If they didn't, I don't know. Their case really is very complicated. It involved a lot of financial auditing, and it does look like basically the way it looks to me, based on independent review, and I read a lot of documents and they were fucking crazy. It looks to me like they were trying to do what every celebrity does and not have to pay taxes, because property taxes and overall taxes where they were living was too high. They were living there to work, right? So then when all of the industry moves to Georgia, which they did due to all sorts of different things, mainly during COVID because they wanted to work and stuff, and a bunch of places wouldn't let you, especially in Hollywood. So all these industry people moved to Georgia to make movies. And then the celebrities moved to Texas to be closer to Georgia and not pay taxes. So when Georgia was doing the whole "we're not going to make you pay taxes" either thing, the Chrisleys already had a home there. But I think it had something to do with claiming what one over the other is their homestead. If you're spending a lot of time filming elsewhere, like LA, you're not spending all this time at home, taxes are different. So they had this manager who was in charge of like handling their taxes and dealing with bookkeepers, and he did a piss poor job. And they might have inadvertently not paid $3 million, which is a ton to me. Like, how do you fuck that up? But they were making a fuckload of money. So they, I guess, didn't notice. And then they got called out by the government. And I think this guy was like the manager and shit. I think that he was maybe hiding that from them, and he like demanded a bunch of money. Yeah, because that's another thing. They have like 3 houses, I think. I could be wrong. It might just be 2, but they were living in Tennessee, LA, and Georgia. So it had to do with, I think, their Georgia home. Either way, wherever they were supposed to live, they weren't living there long enough. Something to do with that. So there was that and a couple other things. Essentially, this guy who fucked them over was like, you have to pay me all this money, otherwise I'm going to say some shit. And they're like, what? No, like, just tell us how to fix it. And then he like narked on them, or like basically went up to the federal government and was like, I'll tell you everything. And then I think he wore a wire and shit too. Like, it was fucking crazy. And yeah, that was the other thing. I'm not gonna say it because also everybody loves to fucking sue nowadays, but that was the rumor. And so then that guy tells the DOJ a lot of shit. And some of it I think wasn't true, but some of it was. And they claim and maintain, at least I heard Savannah say it once, that there's perjury involved. Like, this guy just fucking lied. So either way, Julie and Todd both went to prison in the middle of a season. That was fucking crazy. And their kids are still little. And Grayson grew up and became an adult, and they kind of haven't seen that. And even though it hasn't been that long, these are rich ass motherfuckers. And it's kind of wild to me that Todd is just like, yo, we gotta fucking help Big Nino. Like, he's just like, he's naming names and he's like, we gotta help Papa P. He's in here for this, and that. Like, he has become the prison snitch and now he's out. And I'm just very interested to see what the fuck is he gonna do next. He makes it very clear that they are about to start filming again. And I'm like, oh shit. Also, if I'm being honest, I'm a little selfish with this one. I just want Nanny Faye to be okay. And I feel like she's not okay when they're in jail. So selfishly, I want them out for Nanny Faye. Like, I don't want her to pass away and they're in jail. Like, that's what I'm thinking of. And I agree, wealthy people need to pay their fucking taxes. A couple of years so far. So it's very conflicting because part of me is like, just pay your goddamn taxes. Like, obvious, all of me is like that, but also all of me is like, protect Nanny Faye. Very conflicted. And I apologize if I'm an evil son of a bitch for that, but I worry about Nanny Faye. She has my favorite moment when she won't get up and her foot is all fucked up from gambling. I just love her so much.
I wanted to talk to Todd and Savannah, so they're here to do that. I'm going to let them introduce themselves and tell a few words. We'll take questions after.
How are you guys? Good. We woke up today and they were still at home. So it's honestly felt like such a dream to have them at home. And I'm just so grateful, obviously, to President Trump, the administration, Alice Johnson, just everyone within the pardons office. Alice obviously came on my podcast a year and a half ago, I think, before she ever even got the role. And what I respect about her is she's not in the art of giving favors. Neither is President Trump. And when she got the role, she looked into our case. They saw the injustices. The media loves to run with this $30 million scheme without doing the research to look into the documents. And there was no $30 million scheme. But I just appreciate the administration looking into it and seeing the faults within.
Oh shit, did I say 3 million? I meant 30 million. Yeah, no, 30 million. What was it? I think it was 3 million, but they tried to say it was 30 million. It was crazy.
Our case, the corruption, and just the weaponization of the DOJ. So we are just so excited and moving forward. Obviously, getting them home the past 2.5 years, I have fought. Like, that was my number one priority, was getting my parents home. But now that they're home, now we move on to all the other men and women that are in the system and getting them home. And I know we're going to continue to work. We're going to be in DC, and Mom and Dad are now along for the ride because we're not leaving those men and women behind. There's too much work that needs to be done. There's too much reform that needs to be done. So we're just super excited. And here he is, Todd Chrisley, after running from, the media in Nordstrom yesterday.
Good morning, guys. Thank you all very much for coming today, for having the interest. I want to thank first and foremost my Lord and Savior, because that's who got me through it. I want to thank President Trump. I want to thank the administration. I want to thank Alice Johnson. I want to thank every person that has prayed for us, that has stayed in the fight and that fought for the truth to come out. And so I am grateful for it. And as Savannah said, she has fought a long fight. And for any parent to see their child fight this hard, it's a double-edged sword. It's a blessing, and then your heart breaks because your child has been placed in that position to fight for you, when as a parent, you're supposed to fight for your children. So I will always be grateful to you from the bottom of my heart. We've had wonderful legal representation, maybe not in the first go round, but certainly when you picked up. And we're certainly grateful to you, Alex, and to you. This is the better looking version of our team.
And I have to say, I'm going to sloppily defend Savannah for a minute. But if you watch the show, not the most conservative kid ever, very liberal, very liberal. So it's wild that she did this, but I think she did it because she knows. She knows it was the only way, dude. She did the Firefest thing. You know how Firefest guy had to suck a little dick? I don't think she actually did that, but like she had to suck some dick. Yeah, same. It's like, well, gotta put this fucking hat on and play Trumpy. I guess that's what I'll do. You can kind of tell she's a little uncomfortable too. But if you ever listen to her podcast with LARPing is when you pretend. It's basically I'm playing pretend. White vinegar. White Sherlock Ho. I apologize. I wanted apple cider, but it doesn't really smell like apples. Good morning. But here's the thing. If you ever listen to her podcast with Teen Mom Caitlin before that went to shit, damn, dude. Like, what a podcast. Really fucking missed that. Yeah. But I don't think that they did. That's what's confusing, though. Hate to defend it, but it's true. I do think the manager fucked up. I think he was embezzling it and then threw them under the bus, which kind of makes sense because they were never hard up for money. Like, even if it was 30 million, he probably would have just paid it. Like, that's the other thing is their tax history was included in all the documents. They were very up on their taxes and they gave a lot of money to charity, especially locally, wherever they lived. They were very big on that. So it's kind of fascinating. But I do think that the DOJ wanted to kind of make an example out of them because of pressure from the federal government, which had a lot to do with what's his name? I can't remember his name. He had a jet. His wife left him. He was like the head of Treasury. Anyway, they always paid their taxes, like a lot. Like it was like a 1-year thing. And it was when that one guy was in charge. And that guy, like, he was shady. He was a shady motherfucker. I think he tried to extort them too. So I don't know. I would like to maybe go over this, maybe do a little side hustle and go over this sideshow. What do you call it? A side piece? I just kind of want to, because I've read a lot of the documents, but it would be cool to kind of like put them in order and just go through them with you guys. Oh, dude, they got all their money from that TV show, all of it. And he was a big real estate dude. He was a big real estate dude with his first wife. Holy shit. And you know what LARPing is. I don't. LARPing is just like pretending. It's just playing pretend. It's like people who go to the Ren Fair are LARPing as Renaissance people, which, by the way, side quest. I love it. Side piece, side quest. Is it chicken? I don't know. By the way, the guy who runs the Texas Renaissance Fair, they made a documentary about him, and it's a little true crimey because all these people were trying to, yes, it's role play. It's role play. That's literally what it is. Anyway, all these people are like trying to steal the Texas Renaissance guy's fair. And he's like the king of it, and he's literally a king. They open the retail store when the show started. It was supposed to be around that, and then they abandoned it because it was too expensive. And they got fucked over by the building. The building, like, that they were supposed to have, something happened with it. They were like trying to raise the rent because it was a show or something. Oh yeah, so anyway, the Renaissance Fair guy died finally, and there was this big documentary battling over who would get to take over the Texas Ren Fair. They just determined it was a suicide, which is crazy because that whole documentary also has to do with people who are like, nah, y'all are trying to kill him. And I think there was a part in there, if I remember correctly, it could have been a TikTok I saw where somebody's like, I bet you they're going to kill him and say it's a suicide. What the fuck, dude? Kind of want to look into that too. That's tripping me out. I'm supposed to Speaking from the state, House members in Boston on Tuesday, I had a research question that you may have the answer to. Absolutely. Ask me. You can ask it here if you want, or you can, and then crowdsourcing, or you can send me an email. I got you. Yeah, that's LARPing. Pretty much. Huge. Huge. We had a teen LARPer in our neighborhood who ran around with a wooden sword for years, pretending to be Link from Zelda. Yeah, my buddy Mike Molesky. He does that all the time. He got the Triforce on his arm. Absolutely. That's LARPing. Absolutely. Okay, let's go back to Todd. And yeah, I'll answer your question, Random Whore. You could also email it to me, or you could just put it in here and then other people can chime in. It's up to you. It's up to you. All right, back to this. Let's see what he says.
So, you know, we're grateful for everything that has happened thus far. And as bad as this experience has been, there's also been a lot of blessings to come from it. I have met some wonderful men. I have listened to some horrific stories about things that have gone on in our system. And whether you believe it or not, because I was you at some point, even though this pardon has happened, I still was convicted of something that I did not do. It could be you. It could be you. It could be any of you.
Todd Chrisley is the new Karen Reed. There, I said it. I said it.
And somewhere in this room, someone has had a family member that has been affected by this system. So I understand the shame that's around it, but I refuse to feed into that because shame is like a cancer that just spreads, and I have no shame. So I will continue to fight for all the guys that I dealt with and that I was blessed to be with at FPC Pensacola. I will continue to expose the injustices that go on there and throughout the department and throughout the Bureau of Prisons. I know that Julie, who is a wonderful, decent, God-fearing woman and that I'm blessed to have been married to and been with for over 30 years now, an excellent mother. She's at home with Chloe right now, and Chloe will not let her go. So we're blessed to have our family back, and we're blessed to be coming back to television because we do have a much bigger story to tell now than we ever have. So I thank each and every one of you.
Happy to open this up for some questions. We'll start here.
Todd and Savannah, what was the reunion like first night, right? Todd, Julie, and family. And the second part of that is, Todd, the fans have been really talking about your physical transformation.
Yeah, I call it the VOP glow.
And so what was the motivation behind that, and how are you going to continue that sort of fitness routine moving forward?
Well, I'll actually have more access to better products now that I'm out. You know, I think that I had nothing to do other than to read and to work out. And so I worked out every morning at 10:45 until 12 with my buddies there. And I read, and my walk with Christ became deeper. And I talked to my daughter every day, to Chase, to Grayson. And I was able to email with Julie every day. And so I think that for me, I haven't had the same effects that so many people leaving the prison system have had. So I'm grateful for that. Or maybe it's just all the residual Botox that never wore off.
What was the reunion like, though, first night?
Yes, I think for me, obviously I went to pick up my dad. And when he walked out, it was just such an overwhelming feeling because the last time I was there, I was dropping him off and watching him walk away. So I think watching him walk towards me, I was an absolute disaster. And we left there and it was amazing. And I FaceTimed my friend Margot, who works within the administration, and she goes, "Hold on a second." She was like, "I'm here with the president." And we got to FaceTime the president. And it was a full circle moment.
I think that it was, you know, as Savannah said, she and Nick dropped me off there, and then you picked me up. It was, I don't even know that I felt like that it was real at that moment. And I woke up the first morning and I was looking around, I'm like, this is really real. I'm home. So I was grateful for our family to be all back in the same room, to be together, to share a meal together, to pray together, and to know that we're still in the fight together.
Question second row. Mr. Chrisley, do you have any remorse for the actions that led to your evictions?
Oh, you must be CNN. Do I have any remorse? I would have remorse if it was something that I did.
Well, your wife did apologize last year.
Well, let me explain to you how that works, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
You're placed in a position as a defendant to either bow down and kiss the ass of the Department of Justice and accept responsibility for things that you did not do in order to avoid a stronger sentence. And the corruption that went on in our case is going to continue to unfold, and Alex is going to continue to give each and every one of you the evidence that as it comes in. Next question.
You haven't seen your wife in so long. Hearing her voice, seeing her, what was that like?
It was overwhelming. It was overwhelming. Julie and I have been together for over 30 years, and she is my best friend. We have raised our children together, a grandchild that is now my legal daughter, and we've had all the ups and downs. You know, we've gone through breast cancer together. We've gone through multiple medical procedures with her, and it was great to be home. No matter where that is, as long as she's there, it's home.
Got a question up here?
Hey guys, welcome home, Todd.
Thank you so much.
Welcome. I know this has been a big journey for you, Savannah. What is one thing that happened behind the scenes that maybe you want the public to know and understand?
You want to go first?
I think, obviously the biggest misconception right now is that I either paid for a pardon or slept for a pardon.
That's something I would.
Like, that's the biggest misconception right now. And if people knew the countless hours and the money and the time that I spent going to DC, literally with not a meeting scheduled, and I just got on a plane and went and said, I'm going to be in the right room at the right time and meet the right people. I fought hard and I was exhausted and I begged for meetings. There was nothing I was never too good to ask. And that's the thing is people think, oh, you're a celebrity, you're white, you have money, that we got an upper hand, and we didn't. I had to fight, and I was relentless, and that's how it happened. Finally, people listened. So for me, that would be something that people just don't quite understand.
I think for me, watching it all unfold and listening to what she said that was coming up next, and just being consumed with pride while at the same time knowing that this is a long shot because so many people are told no. And being in the prison system, anyone that says that it's a fair shake, it's not. Because I dealt with young African-American males in the prison that I was in that were not treated the same. They were denied programming. They were denied access to certain things. I was not denied that, but we know why I wasn't denied that. And so I think that is a much bigger picture that we all as a society as a whole need to look at, that we are one. And whether you're Republican, Democrat, or whatever, at the end of the day, when you're in that hospital, you don't care if it's a Democrat treating you or a Republican. Now, some of you may, but I want whoever's going to be the best person to do that. You.
Thank you. So there's no telling how many times Savannah's Instagram was refreshed yesterday with everyone looking for that glimpse of getting to see Todd. And then the first time we see you live on Instagram is in Nordstrom shopping. Can you talk about that? And then, were you hesitant at all for that to be the first glimpse of your shopping?
Well, we thought through our security detail that we had beaten that and that we were good to go. And what we did not realize is that there was multiple outlets that were following us, but we had interference with the security team. And I don't know why it's that exciting to go watch me buy underwear. I mean, it's just not. But we went in to grab a few things because of what I have an event to go to tomorrow. And then we looked up and the people in Nordstrom's coming and saying, you need to understand that the press is here, the press is here. And so I'm like, they're just
C. Smith, hun. C. Smith, I've never seen you like this. C. Smith has never said make it stop. C. Smith has been up for some of the craziest shit. Prize Master is cool. See what I mean? Of course he has an event. He's Todd. He has an event an hour after this. This is Todd Chrisley. You guys, he had a day planner in prison. He wrote his day on the wall. C. Smith, you have to come up with a safe word, hon. Listen, if Todd can do time, if Todd can bite his tongue and do time and bite the pillow and whatever else he did, which I'm sure he hated. If Todd and Julie can do it for so long, we can sit through another 10 minutes. C. Smith hates this. This is how Mia feels about Titanic Pig. I've never shown assholes like this. Oh, yes, I have. There's no way I haven't. I know I have. I must have. If I haven't, then I've gotten weak. Is it uncomfy seeing wealthy people get federal? It is uncomfy seeing wealthy people get federal special treatment. I know. The audacity. The caucasity, even. The caucasity. I'm fascinated by this. Do you understand how hard it is to get a... Do you know, John, what's his name? Not Kira Cow. How do you say it? Kira Kakata something. He's the guy who was like the spy for the CIA who broke. He's the guy who caught all the terrorists who like did 9/11. Like that dude literally got put in federal prison for blowing the whistle on the torture program. Like he blew the whistle. He said, they're letting our agents go rogue and do fucked up shit. And the whole government is. And he went into prison, federal prison, and he was not allowed out. He was not allowed out, and he had to basically rely on protection from some of the people who he put in there. And he ended up becoming besties with basically the Gambino and the, what are they called? The Babano or the Barano Barista. I don't know what their fucking name is. The Babana crime family. Like some of the worst ones. Like some of the dudes that fucked with Henry Hill. Like that's who he had to befriend. And yeah, that's what he was in there for. And he couldn't fucking get out. And he did so much. Like he helped stop the Fupa de Pepos. He helped stop like the guys who did 9/11. Like he helped get the bananos. You say banana, I say banano. Yeah, literally. Dawn's people. Dawn. Where's Lemon Dawn? No, I'm just fucking with you. I bet she knows. Dude, I feel like all Italians know mafia. But the point is, yeah, he had to fuck around with those people to get protection because the government would not fucking let him out. Like, and he was a dude who all he did was say, hey, it's fucked up to torture and kill people. And even though there ended up being a whole commission report on it, and even though they ended up saying, you know what, yeah, that was fucked up, we shouldn't have done that. And saying, yeah, we did commit a war crime and changing all the policies, even though that happened, he still had to sit in prison. And Todd Chrisley got out. This is insane. Like this, the French, Wendy. Also, thank you for buying me coffees, Wendy. You rule. And also the French. What? The mafia? Is there a French mafia? Oh, I've never thought about that. Is the safe word bananos? C. Smith? What if I do this? What if I do playback speed? We'll put it on because I kind of want to see a sped up Todd Chrisley anyway. How about that? You know mafia? Oh shit. That's why you're annoyed. Because the people I know is who you see the people I know is who did bad things. They're still in there. And this fucking guy gets out. The mafia is the rats. That's what Ratatouille is all about, baby. Oh, one of the mafia guys that homeboy or Jack, I think was his name. He met was like had a book being written about him, and that's how he appealed to him. Is like he's like, I'll help you write your book. Chelsea Nancy Mace do a look at all my burner phones in my purse. Oh my god, did she? I'm gonna have to go see it. Yeah, he's admitting it. But that's the thing. Todd can't keep his fucking mouth shut. So this actually could help with prison reform because this bitch doesn't know when to shut the fuck up. And I kind of love it.
This one first picture. And so I said, go live with it.
Let's see how long C. Smith can handle it.
And that stops. And so that's what we did.
It did.
You
Hey.
go down the front and the back left.
What do you have to say to the people who say you won't take part in it because of your status?
I understand it. I understand it. That's not something that you can look at and say, well, that had nothing to do with it. I don't know if it did or if it didn't, because I wasn't involved in the process. But what I can tell you is that I believe in our President of the United States, and I believe in his commitment. When he created the First Step Act, that was to help incarcerated individuals. It was not adhered to by the Department of Justice. And the entire time during the Biden administration, it was not adhered to. So to hear him say that it is now going to be adhered to and Pam Bondi is going to make sure of that, literally since Pam Bondi has stepped in, now the Bureau of Prisons have been given a directive through a new director who I have such a huge amount of faith in, William Marshall, that he is going to make sure that the First Step Act is implemented. And these men and women are going to get the credit that they're supposed to be getting. They're going to get the training and the education that they're promised. And they're going to be given a right to go back to their families in a speedier way. So I do understand that. And if that's the case, I don't know how to address the fact that if it is the case, but I'm grateful to God for whatever reason it was that we were able to obtain it.
Hi, we know you've called the National Area home for a few years, and on the frontline building. What's your plans for potentially to let here at Nashville?
We do have future plans. Nashville will always hold a very special place in our heart. But we have other plans. We will probably always have a presence here. I don't know that we'll be here full time.
Back up, but
No, you.
So after people have been incarcerated, a lot of times they say that isolation and that feeling almost of not being able to associate with family and friends is almost for them feeling like part of the death. And then having them come back is almost like a second chance. Now that you have all this new understanding and experiences, really having that conversation with people in very different ways of life, how do you plan to use your platform and to share different messages if you do, now that you're continuing to have this TV show? This will always
hold this. You can't go through what we've been through and walk away from it. I'm fortunate, so is Julie, that we never lost contact with our children. Julie and I emailed 10 times a day. And I think it's also important to understand that I was at a camp. It was the brokest child camp that you can go to. The accommodations were not great, but it, needless to say, was a camp. It was a former military base. So we had free access to walk, and we had a track and a weight pile, and we had things that we could do. But there are men there that after, I think statistically, after the first 2 years, people lose contact with their loved ones. And that, I can't even imagine how that must feel. But at the same time, I think that we at this point, God has said, when you know better, you do better. And it's our job at this point to expose all of that and to try to make those men and women's lives better if we can. And that's what I plan to do.
So let's take a step back and take a look forward. First of all, what were both of your first reactions to the part where you were shocked? And looking forward, tell us, your terms of television, the docu-series, and the TV, whether it will be like in nature, what the focus will be. Tell us about that.
I mean, when I got the call, like I said, I was walking into the grocery store and I stopped in the parking lot. I was like, what do I do? I was like, okay, go back to my car. And so I sat in my car and had that phone conversation that's online with President Trump. And I was in such shock. I really didn't know what to say. I started crying. Grayson was with me and we're like, oh my God, it's happening. It's happening. And I really don't even remember driving home. Like, I was in such shock. And I then was able to talk to my parents and tell them what had happened, but it had already kind of spread like wildfire because President Trump's team posted the video and tagged it Trump Knows Best, which, I love, but it spread like wildfire. And when they called, they're like, is this really real? Oh my, like, it was so hard to believe that it was actually happening.
I had a staff member that came to me and said, you've just been pardoned. And I just looked at him and he says, no, really, you've been pardoned. It's in the news. And so I walked up to call her and she said, it's true. It's true. So I remember walking back from the phone and just feeling numb, not really knowing. And then after about 10 minutes, all I could think about was the guys that I was leaving behind because I had made such wonderful relationships with those men. And when I left that day, there was only 317 men at our camp, but they were lined up shouting when I was walking out. And they were saying, don't leave it, don't forget us, don't forget us. And my commitment is to them that I will never forget them.
Yeah. So we had been filming and we had just wrapped filming for all intents and purposes. And then we get the call that they had been pardoned. So we picked right back up and we're excited because I think this new show is going to give, first off, it's going to give people a look into the trial and things that we went through. And we're going to set the record straight, put some documents out there. Alex is on there. But it comes full circle because we go back and then we get to the point where mom and dad are pardoned and now we move forward with our lives. And I know for me personally, now is I get to be a normal 27-year-old, almost 28. And so my goal, it's like we were talking last night, I was like, I'm traveling to 30 countries by the time I turn 30. But going to DC is going to be, I will be there a lot more, because now I hope to work with the Federal Bureau of Prisons and Billy Marshall and help them expose the corruption, because he has vowed to hold people accountable if there has been abuse and corruption to occur. So I'm extremely excited for that, to work with some organizations, put bills in front of Congress, especially for women who are incarcerated. So that's kind of our goal. And then obviously that they've already got all the offers rolling in, so it's going to make life so much easier. You'll see him on quite a few different shows, I have a feeling. So one more question, and then I think we're...
Can Todd confirm that you will be a part now of the second portion of the series?
We are.
Yeah.
We started filming literally the night that we got home.
As soon as we got home. So I think with this new series, you will see the first time he and mom see each other for the first time.
Let her have this question.
So I understand you're saying you were wrongfully convicted and that information will come out then. My question is, so, this under the first Trump administration, the investigation happened and the charges, so how can it be political?
Well, if you will look at the individuals that prosecuted this case and that lied to the courts, and these prosecutors are no longer with the U.S. Attorney's Office. Tommy Krepp left and is now at the FDIC. Annalise Peters, she is now with Meta. You don't go to Meta and give up a career as a prosecutor. That's not what you do. You don't go to the graveyard of the FDIC when you're trying to build a career as a defense attorney. So
I also think it's very important to note that it took 7 years to issue a formal indictment.
Exactly.
So the investigation was going on for almost a decade. And when you look at it, our judge was the youngest African-American female appointed by Obama. So she allowed so many things to come into trial with the Fourth Amendment violations, and magistrate judge ruled that all the evidence must be thrown out because it was obtained illegally. So we don't know if stuff was planted. Mark Braddock was involved. He got full immunity from the government. So the whole trial was just messy and tainted. And when the magistrate judge ruled the evidence was not allowed in, the Obama appointed judge said, nope, I don't care. We're allowing it all in.
And with an email that said, we need to catch a big fish. And the response was, well, Todd Chrisley is the biggest fish in Atlanta right now.
And I think it's also important to note that the Office of Inspector General ruled in our favor in their documents, that in their investigation, that stated, we agree that the Chrisleys were unfairly targeted. We substantiate
due to their celebrity status.
Yes, we substantiate the Chrisleys' claims that they were unfairly targeted. So at the end of the day, I will sit and say, as his daughter, I believe in law and order. If I believe that my parents did exactly what they were accused of doing, then yes, you have a consequence. You have a consequence for it. Do I think the consequence should have been 12 years? No, I do not. That's not even a fair sentence if it was true. But I know in my heart of hearts it was not true. I caught these prosecutors in so much misconduct, speaking to the judge, having ex parte communications. And
this is in writing.
It is in writing. Alex exposed the emails. So I think at the end of the day, if you want a conviction, then have a clean conviction.
And to go back to your question about it being a Trump administration, it was a Biden administration that the OIG issued the report under that said that we were targeted. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Right,
that's it.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Y'all have a wonderful day. God bless.
Thank you.
Breaking news alert. That breaking news tonight, reality TV stars Todd and Julie Chrisley have been released from prison. Thanks for joining us tonight. After President Chrisley knows best, they have a home in Belmead. The couple was convicted for fraud.
Okay, so I wanted to add this so you guys can see what Julie looks like. I'm going to leave it on twice speed, so it's just a minute long. And then we're going to get into crazy news stories. Yeah, that's what they're blaming Obama. That's what trips me out, dude. It's like, I'm telling you, they're a walking paradox or a contradiction. I like how someone said paradox, though. Yes, please look at, I want to know if they're bullshitting, because I was reading all this stuff about the manager and I was like, this guy's shady as fuck. And I do think that some people had sex, and that might have caused some of this, but just my opinion. But I'm very interested in the Julie angle, because I don't think Julie did shit, and it's really fucking wild that she got put in there too, just because they're married, but she didn't handle any of that stuff. She's going through cancer treatments, and she was very open about, I don't know shit, what the fuck is going on. I feel like she got the short end of the stick. What? Fair on TMZ. Oh, Jesus. She needs to stop. Backdoor fair is too much. But yeah, so here's what's crazy is that Todd's like, there's racism in prison and the way they treat black people is bad. But then he's like, this judge hated white people. And I'm like, what the fuck? It trips me out. Yeah, you got to see the beard. Look at the beard.
and tax evasion. Back in 2022, prosecutors say they got loans to pay for luxury cars, travel, and more. Their daughter Savannah spoke from Florida, where she picked up her father from prison today.
My family, we just want to get home. We want to get home. We want to be reunited. It's going to take.
Look at that hat. Savannah's gone all in. It's terrifying me. I hope to God she's LARPing. Jesus Christ.
Take a while. They've been behind walls for 2.5 years, and they thought they were going to be here for 12 and 7 years. So I think there's gonna be some PTSD.
Savannah
So
says her brother picked their mom up from a prison in Kentucky tonight.
So yeah, so
One of Todd's biggest supporters.
They were also in separate prisons, so that was a big deal. There are so many families that would love to be fucking reunited. That's why I'm very conflicted. If he's doing work with prison reform and he gets some people out, could be good. Could be a good thing, but also feel bad for the younger kids. Feel bad for Nanny Faye. And I threw this in here, and don't worry, C. Smith, this is the last one. But I just thought this was kind of funny. It's Nanny Faye's local friend talking about Todd Chrisley's release. Now, if this is Aunt Catherine or Nanny Faye's, the chick she goes to the casino with, this is going to be a great interview. I have not watched this one. I put it in there because of the title. I just want to see what Nanny Faye's friend has to say. If it is the one that fights with Chase all the time, I'm going to laugh my ass off. If you watch the show, you know what I'm talking about. Nanny Faye's the best, dude. Don't fuck with Nanny Faye. I love her. I love her.
This has always been his mom, Faye Chrisley, or as her family and fans know her as Nanny Faye.
And she's been known to visit the Eastern Shore from time to time. Our team coverage continues with WKRG News 5's Taylor Boyson, who caught up with the Fairhope restaurant owner, who calls Nanny Faye one of his closest friends.
Oh, it's the dude, the restaurant dude. Whatever, we'll watch it anyway. Is it COVID PPP loans? I don't think so. I think it was more than that because it was like 7 years before the trial. So it couldn't have been COVID PPP loans because COVID wasn't happening yet. I believe it was just bank loans for the mortgage on the house that was not technically a homestead, and it had to do with those taxes. It's very confusing. But also the thing that's weird is they did give them triple the sentence. They were supposed to get like something like 3 years, and they got an insane amount of time. And it was, that judge was on a fucking tear, to be fair. She was giving everybody like insane sentences at the time. So I don't know. It's very confusing.
Yeah, here behind me is Mr. Spud's. It's one of Nanny Faye's favorite hangout spots on the Eastern Shore.
This is absolutely true. She loves Mr. Spud. She references it a lot.
And the owner tells us that she's more than just a customer. She's also one of his closest friends.
Nanny's something else.
When Nanny Faye walked into Fred Nolte's restaurant almost 2 years ago, he said,
you guys want to know why I love Nanny Faye? Her entire job, everything she's about, everything she loves is harassing the fuck out of her son and her daughter-in-law. Her job, her existence is to fuck with Todd, and it is so funny. Like, she fucks with him. She fucks with him hardcore. I only watch because of her too, dude. Everybody loves Nanny Faye, dude. Nanny Faye fucking rules. The best scene ever. I think I showed this to you guys. It's when she's sitting in a chair, and it's an automatic reclining chair, and Todd's just yelling at her about some bullshit about like gambling. And he's like, you went to the casino, you spent all this money. And then she just like says something about her foot, or her broken foot, and she like takes a blanket off, and you just see that her foot's broken out of nowhere. And Todd's like, yeah, she loves to drink and gamble, and she's a good grandmother. She grambles. So she's sitting there, and she just reveals she has a broken foot. He's like, what the hell is that? Because like, if something breaks, Todd loses his fucking mind. A foot is a huge deal to him. And then he asks her what the fuck her problem is, like, and she won't answer. She just slowly like auto reclines the chair up slowly and is like, I'll do it when I damn well put, like, it's just the unnatural length of time it takes the chair, and the way she just stares at him like, what are you gonna fucking do about it? It's one of my favorite reality TV moments, not gonna lie. I love Nanny Faye.
says it was a voice that he would recognize anywhere.
We've watched the show for a few years, and I just heard that voice, and I was like, So when I peeked back around the door, she knew I'd called on to her.
She was in town to visit her son, Todd Chrisley, at the federal prison camp in Pensacola. Staying with a friend on the Eastern Shore, they decided to stop by Mr. Spud's for a bite to eat one evening.
She is a burger person. A bowl of beans and cornbread, she's happy.
From there, Fred and Nanny's friendship was history.
We've been talking ever since. We talk several times a week. What you see on TV is exactly how she is in everyday life. She is very genuine.
Over time, Nanny Faye's visits led to many great memories and even a little inspiration on his menu.
Mainly our topic of conversation is her recipes from her mother and grandmother. I've actually used some of them here in the restaurant.
He tells us he couldn't believe the news when Nanny called to tell him that Todd was pardoned.
When they do the thing because she won't stop driving like crazy and she gets drunk like real easy. I guess it's not that funny, but to me it was pretty funny because she just had like a sip of wine or something and she gets in the car and Todd hired all these local cops to fake pull her over and she didn't give a fuck. She was like, okay, whatever, arrest me. There was one where like she didn't have her insurance. He would just like try to prank her and she'd be like, fucking deal with it. Like, whatever, okay. And she'd just get up and be like, take me to jail, I guess. Like, she didn't care. Like, you could not fuck with Nanny Faye. And when she takes Chase to the casino and makes him drive her back, and she's like, you're my cover, you're my getaway driver. Like, the way she uses the kids is very funny.
Savannah got the call from the president and hung up with him. She called her. When she called me, it was yesterday morning, and she was crying. She was sealed because that was her hopes. I mean, you know, you could tell she really missed him and worried about it.
He tells us it's been a long time coming, but he's excited that his friend will finally be.
I just think it's fascinating. Like, they interviewed Nanny Faye's favorite restaurant owner. Like, it's like, this is how crazy it's gotten. This is really a wild story to me. Like, I can't believe Todd and Julie got out. Like, I couldn't believe they went to prison. Now they're getting out. I was like, God damn, I was like, this has to be a pardon. And it fucking was. I knew it. I was like, there's no fucking way they're letting them out. That's crazy. But they did, dude. They did. And, you know, I hate to say it. I bet Todd was kind of sad. I bet he loved prison. I'm sorry. It's just, okay, we're done, C. Smith. We're done. This is a local news story I put in there because I know how much you guys love raccoons. Here we go.
Reunited with the rest of her family. And Fairhope Taylor Boyson, WKRG News 5.
Welcome back. You're watching Fox 7 Austin News at 5:30.
An Austin man wants some unwelcome neighbors removed from his apartment complex. He says raccoons are living in his walls.
Fox 7 Austin's Meredith Aldis joining us live downtown with the 7 on Your Side report. Meredith.
Yeah, the resident says he moved into the complex a few months ago, and so did those critters.
I can't get enough sleep because I'm waking up to raccoons fighting in the walls, scratching my walls.
This man moved into the trio apartments in East Austin in March. When did you start hearing these raccoons?
Like 2 days after I moved in.
He says it's an everyday thing now, and he's worried about what might happen next.
These raccoons are already getting up in the walls. No telling if they're going to come into my apartment. And if they got rabies, that's dangerous.
He complained to the complex back in March. They responded in part saying, quote, please know that we are actively working on a solution to address this concern. Our long-term plan is to implement a 360-degree exclusion of all buildings to prevent raccoons from gaining access to the walls. In the meantime, we're exploring several different deterrents that can help draw the raccoons out and keep them from returning.
As you can see, the work that they did was just put a piece of wood right there.
And he says the ruckus hasn't stopped.
I know for sure there's 2. I don't know if there's any more, like a family, but I know for sure there's 2 because, I mean, you heard the fighting on the video.
A wildlife specialist also listened to this video. It sounds like raccoons, right?
It's actually really tough to say. Nighttime noises could be raccoons. Daytime noises, most common animal would be squirrels.
He says he'd have to do an assessment to really know, but he wouldn't be surprised if they're raccoons.
Raccoons are pretty strong and pretty ingenious in how they can find their way into these buildings.
He says they can make their way through vents or siding, essentially any weak point on a building. And once they're in,
they'll tear up insulation, they'll get into HVAC ducts, they can just be really destructive. And not necessarily because they're trying to mess up your house, but that's just what they do. And then also, it's worth noting that they can carry diseases. There's a long list. I will say it is fairly rare in extreme cases where humans are contracting these diseases when there's a wildlife incursion, but they're also not the cleanest.
So he recommends appreciating them and nature, but when they're inside a structure, it's time to set some boundaries.
The most efficient and most long-term effective solution is to find ways to seal off their entry points, to seal up the house. And the trick, because you don't want to seal the animals in the structure, is using something called a one-way valve. It is an incredible little device that allows passage through the valve in one direction and not the other.
One Direction. Oh my God, Julia Stiles. Okay, listen. This is how shitty the laws are here. Like, if you don't get your story on the news, it's probably not going to get fixed. And even though they did, it's still not fixed. And I know because a homie lives there. And let me tell you something. It's raccoons, and there's a lot of them. There's a fuckload of them. They made their own raccoon saloon. I did not military mob, but I will go through and I will look today. I have not been checking the emails. I apologize. Been going through some shit. Been a little wet, but I'm going to catch up today. I have to catch up on work, and I have to go through my emails, and I have to pay some bills. So I'm going to be doing that all fucking day, and I have to yell at the landlord. So I'm going to be doing that. Yeah, they call that shit sealed. They're cleaner than the Christie. Dude, C. Smith has a new enemy. We have turned C. Smith into an anti-Todd person. I apologize, C. Smith. You're killing me, dude. Also, hello to everybody who just joined. You missed C. Smith's favorite segment we've ever done on the show, which is Wig Out on reality TV. People getting released from federal prison. But I find it fucking fascinating. I couldn't believe it. I was like, wow, the guy who was right about CIA torture, like that guy, nope, he had to stay. Reality winner, she had to stay. Everybody had to stay, but the Chrisleys got out. That's fucking crazy. That is fucking, I know. I love you too, dear. I love you too. Sometimes we're going to have to watch some Chrisley shit. When we do Teen Mom, I will put a warning because I know some people are going to hate that, but we have to talk Teen Mom soon. We got to do a Teen Mom Crimes episode because have a lot of Teen Mom adjacent tea. Farrah's been fucking around town recently. Dad's boyfriend has had to do sound for quite a bit of Farrah stuff. And let me tell you something. Caitlin and Tyler are going crazy on Teresa and Brandon, and it's bothering me. With the whole Carly, they have an adoptees podcast now. What? And then Janelle keeps getting the cops called on her and calling the cops over Jace. We need to figure. And then Amber. Now Amber's admitting that she wants to kill people. Like, teen moms have gone wild. Okay, they've gone wild, and we do need to. Yeah, C. Smith can't be here for a Todd Chrisley watch party. We can't do that. We can't put him through that. Oh, don't worry. He has his life vest. It's called his daddy. He just straps himself to him. Oh, yes. Yes, she is on this list. She is on this list. I don't know as much about that case as I'd like to, so I've been looking into it here and there in between bucketing water out of the house. And I will tell you that is fucked up. And it's what here's the thing. 3 different dudes, right? From 3 different states. I know I'm the feral one, right? God damn it. 3 different dudes from 3 different states messaging with an underage girl. She's in Utah. She goes to get on a bus, right? To leave town. Underage child goes to get on a bus to leave town and then disappears. And these 3 guys get charged with communicating with her and child porn, right? Because they had that shit on their phone and they were communicating with an underage girl. Good. All of them go to prison. But where is she at? Where was she going? What the fuck? It's been a month. That's fucking crazy to me. That is really fucking crazy to me. Like, if it wasn't one of them, who else was she talking to? It sounds like they have her cell phone info. And I know she took an iPad and a phone with her, right? But they can still trace the phone, right? But the iPad that she took is not the iPad she left behind. So did someone gift her an iPad to groom her? It reminds me a lot of like Amani Hughes and the little girl from Washington to Michigan, but in this case, it's been a month. This is, I mean, she was communicating with them on Discord, I believe, and was it Snapchat? It was something else that it's if they let the Secret Service get involved on the phone tracing, which if it's child trafficking, that's a possibility. They likely could, and they could get stuff from Snapchat. I'm just very confused about how it's been a whole fucking month. And they've arrested 3 guys, but for something totally different. Like, if they were able to see that all the communications between her and those guys, then what about the most recent one that led her to the bus station? That's what kills me. I don't understand that. I'm trying to learn. Yeah, that's that's a crime. They've been, and here's another thing is that could have been a catfish too. Have you heard that? So apparently the little girl that Caitlin and Tyler thought they were messaging could be a catfish pretending to be Carly's friend Jenna just to stir up shit. Which still, it's like, but you thought they were a little girl. So it's still like, yikes, this is bad. This is bad. There's so much teen mom drama we have to talk about because I have to get it off of my fucking chest, okay? But yeah, we are going to watch some of that little girl. Thank you very much for reminding me, Military Ma. Yeah, I haven't gotten that deep into it, but I'd like to learn, so I'm working on it. And I'd like to see if I can find any of her accounts and see who she was communicating with. I'm sure they're on it. I hope they're on it. It's Utah. So I would think, don't they have a pretty pricey and also great relationship, it seems, with the DOJ, with Secret Service, FBI. They could all call upon them if they needed. So I hope they did. Anyway, raccoons in the walls, everyone. I picked out a bunch of news stories that have been going on from the last week just to catch up. Yeah, dude. So Caitlin and Tyler were caught texting, or I guess so there was a girl who said she was friends with Carly who was texting with them. I'm not going to say caught because they put it out there. That's what's crazy. A friend of Carly's reaching out to them on behalf of Carly, who goes by Jenna, right? And this person named Jenna, who claimed to be friends with Carly, I believe, sent them the church video of Carly singing, which was from a live stream at her church. And then this other person came in and who knows them, Brandon and Teresa, and I guess Carly and everybody, and said, that's not one of her friends, but I am. So either way, regardless of who they were communicating with, there were kids involved. So to be texting with anyone who is your closed adoption birth kid's friend, even if it was a catfish, the fact that they were aware it could have been Carly's friend is like, they should have cut that shit off. They shouldn't have reached out or reached back out if they were reached out to, but they had communication and they took screenshots and used that to justify some recent drama with Teresa and Brandon cutting them off. So that's what happened, and it's intense. And I'm like, what the fuck? You guys use that to justify this, but you're talking to teen kids you're not supposed to be talking to. Like, that's kind of crazy. Like, you're adults and you're raccoon teen mom. That's good. That's really good. Yeah, and then also I'm assuming Brandon and Teresa don't want anything to do with them, probably because of Tyler's OnlyFans and the shit that he talks about and posts about. And they got a teen daughter who, even though she's super into church, and they're very, very, like, they are like they run the church. Even though that, like, the kid could still likely see that, and that's your biological dad. That's got to be weird for Brandon and Teresa. Like, they have the option to cut off contact at any time, and they chose that. And then Caitlin and Tyler were like the last things we texted them, and it was all from Caitlin, but it was like 40 texts. Like, it was a crazy amount of texts, and it was all talking directly to Carly. And she was basically like, your sister messaged you, this is Nova. Like, it was all very like innocent, but it was kind of overwhelming, and I was like, oh shit. So yeah, they're spinning a little bit, and then they posted an apology. It's a whole thing. Anyways, we'll do a Teen Mom episode. We'll probably do one this week because it's too much. But right now, raccoons.
We reached out to the complex to see what kind of progress they've made on addressing this issue, and we haven't heard back. Reporting live in downtown Austin, Meredith Aldis, Fox 7 Austin News.
Okay, so I put that in by accident because I was looking at the weather and I was like, in case anything pops off, I need this to be in there. But it seems like, okay, yes, I'm sorry. We're going to take a dad break and we're going to learn about the weather report because I need to know if we're going to flood again and I'm going to plan tomorrow's live chat around it. Okay. And also, yeah, we got a hot bear as one of our weather guys. Get over it. Jealous. Is there going to be another flood? We're going to find out live together. Isn't that fun?
Good morning, everyone. The time is now 6:48 on this Saturday morning. We do have an increasing risk for severe weather for Sunday, and we're going to talk mostly about that over the course of this live stream before we get going with KV News Weekend Daybreak, which starts at 8 a.m., where I'll have details on that as well. But right now, let's go ahead and let's take a look at what's going on right now as we take it to the wall here. Satellite and radar showing mostly clear skies throughout the entirety of Central Texas. We had quite a bit of cloud cover yesterday, and we expect to have more clouds than sunshine throughout the course of this afternoon as well. Now, we could be adding to a little over 6.5 inches of rainfall for the month of May. This was the wettest single month at Camp Mabry since October of 2023. So a little over.
You guys didn't hear any of that, did you? I was making a lot of dirty ass jokes. I was like, oh my God, it's the wettest month ever. Hello, Hugin. Hugin's here. I'm unmuted now. I was being juvenile. I'm going to let this play while I take Hugin out. I can't believe I muted that one.
A year and a half ago. So put in perspective how little rain we've seen. This is really healthy rainfall totals, and that could really help us. So we could be starting June off the same way, especially as we head into the evening hours. Now, as we head through Saturday for this final day of meteorological spring, we'll be getting close to that 90-degree mark. I have a high of 89 officially. Again, more sun than clouds, but we are expecting skies to clear up slightly as we head through 8 o'clock in the afternoon. So your pool party plans shouldn't really be affected for today. Now for tonight, upper 60s, lower 70s throughout the entirety of Central Texas. I'm thinking lower 70s for areas along and east of I-35. And it's going to be those areas, especially our northern zones, that we're going to be watching for the potential for some of those strong storms. Now for Sunday, we have a 2 out of 5 slight risk. And that includes pretty much all of Wilco and even most of Lee north of Giddings, as well as all of Milam County as well. And that 1 out of 5 marginal risk has been expanded to include some sections of the hill country even as well. We're going to show you a timeline of how things will go in just a minute. But what I'm going to tell y'all is that hail is going to be the main threat. And I'm saying hail being the main threat because a lot of that short-range model data is showing more so of those discrete cells. A lot of those discrete cells tend to be hail producers, large hail producers as well. Like what?
Do you see what I'm talking about? This is the 4 stages of a storm here. You're going to get flooding. You're going to get hail. You're going to get damaging winds. It's the isolated tornadoes for me, dog. Please stop being so casual about this, Texas. This isn't normal. This is a problem. We need to do something. And what also bothers me, see how it says low? That's not true. It's always medium to high. Always, sir. I love your suit. Stop lying to us. You know it's going to be bad. Just tell us right now. Just break it to us so I can go get the fucking sandbags, okay?
What happened on Wednesday evening? You remember that 118-mile track of very large hail that passed from northern San Saba County all the way through the Austin area, and even the airport was involved as well, where we had that 10 miles in which there was a microburst that had passed through the Austin area as well. But we can't rule out damaging winds. We do have a bit of an outflow out ahead of it that we're tracking.
Speaking of microbursts, I'm about to microburst some jizz. Hey, thanks, Judy Bestieri. I just got your Cash App. I love you and I appreciate you. Military Moth, thank you for being a member for 7 months. You guys keep me going. Also, you're used to hurricanes? Are you in Florida? Don't tell me, Charles. Don't tell me. Move west. I wish. I wish. If we move a little west, then we're going to be hot like Laura. If we move all the way west, then we're not going to be able to afford to live it. We're going to be homeless and going to be on Skid Row. So I can't go that far west. I would love to go to the PNW, though, the Pacific Northwest. Oh, I would love it. You are? Okay, so you're probably pretty used to hurricanes. Dude, you and Darlene should get on a roof together during a hurricane and let me interview you guys because she was so fun last time. She was so fun last time. Sail to Hawaii. I'm almost doing that. I'm so close. If the weather picks me up, if the weather permits, and by that I mean if the floods shoot me that way, that's where I'm going. Dude, Hawaii is so sick. I loved it so much. I thought I hated it. Turns out I miss it. Okay, C. Smith. Okay. Tell me when. I'll bring the Hugin. I'm going to jump over the fence and attack Eddie Vedder, though, with love. I'm going to give him kisses. I'm going to warn you that. I might make it weird with your neighbor. Okay? Massachusetts. Oh, I would love to be accused of murder. It would be nice to have that kind of attention. I will. I will definitely. Oh, you're going to do that? Okay, do that. You're going to walk down. You're going to make videos during them? I would love to see them. Chicago? I've seen Shameless. There's no way I'm moving to Chicago. I'm sorry, Sassy. There's no way. I do want to touch the bean. Port Hope, Canada. You know, I liked Canada, but you guys, everything's in kiloliters. I don't like the way the gas situation or the orange juice prices work there. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm gonna be real. The food is very costly and the gas too. But Vancouver did look like the Emerald City as we drove up, and I did enjoy that. It is all good. I'm gonna jump Eddie. Come to Matt. I mean, I love Provincetown. That was sick. I like the tip, you guys. I'm a big fan of the tip. All right. Good luck charging me with murder. Oh, you're an identical twin? Peta, I love twins. Peta, I love twins. I have so many questions. Do you feel when your other twin gets a tummy ache? Exactly. I think that's what Karen does too. All eyes are on her. I know. I want the attention. Give me the attention. Accuse me of murder. Put me on the TV. I have things to say. You want? I'll send you some, please. Beans? The bean is awesome. Dylan's touched the bean. I haven't touched the bean yet. Listen, I'll come to Mass. You know, I had a plane ticket there. I had to fucking refund it. Well, I didn't refund it. I got a voucher. And I used that voucher. Come to Maryland. Oh, I love crabs. I like the bottom feeders. Let me eat all the bottom feeders. You guys take the top. I'll take the bottom feeders and the dip. 51st state. Soda is in liters. I don't really like soda, though. I like the canned Big Red here and there, and I'll take a canned cherry Coke once a year. I would have invited you to my house, but it's basically an awesome. You're in Cibolo? Girl, I know the Cibolo Creek. That runs through my hometown. It flooded once. That's what I remember. That's what the buffaloes were floating in. That story I told. Also, they found a head in it once. Yep, good old Cibolo. I've never been to the Bean, but I avoid people. Ooh, you got to go to the Bean. You got to go check out the Bean. Skid Row has a Whole Foods. Of course it fucking does. It's so LA. Maybe live a nomad lifestyle. Dude, nomad is in I ain't mad at it, but also I'm so weird about staying the night at people's houses and in hotel. And traveling in general. Like when it's done, I love it, but when it's happening, I'm like, I'm anxious. I did have you. You did come out of me. No to roofs. A real Florida man has boats. Well, Darlene is a real Florida man. She gets on the roof and she feeds the cats and watches the raccoons fight. I'll answer your twin questions when we have a call in. I'll tell you dreams we had the same as kids. I don't want to hear about dreams, but I will hear about them from a twin, especially if you had the same dream. Atlanta's going to feel the most like Austin, and we got to think about upsetting Moogie's routine. That's true. And also, I kind of got scared out of it. I'll tell you why I'm scared of Atlanta. I'm scared of Atlanta because I used to watch this show that was like the first 48, but it was specific to Atlanta and it was all focused on this one investigator. And you guys have so many murders. Like you have a lot. So I looked at the murder rate. It's so high. Like I feel like I'm more likely going to get murdered living there, and that concerns me. Also they hate women just like here. So I don't know if that's big enough of a leap, but they also have a lot of good production companies there. And a great comedy club. I'll think about it. You still have your wrench? She better. And I'm trying to throw one at other kids, but y'all don't let me. I tried to make a bunch of you guys mods the other day, and it says that you don't allow it. So I don't know what to do. Maybe if you're not subscribed, it doesn't allow it. You live in reading. I'm going to come to you and I'm going to read. Judy, if I go to Boston, what are we going to do, guys? Do we want to meet up at the Cape? I don't drink Claws, but I'll buy you all White Claws. I'll bring you things from Texas. Do you like pickle beer? In Nebraska, I do want to go there. You talk about Delaware? You talk about Delaware? I've called a few things out in Nebraska, but Delaware is what I think of. It's like that exists. I would love to, if I go to Delaware, I heard there's a beach. I'd like to go see the gate surrounding the Biden property where he fell off a bike, right? I'd like to see that. I'm sure there's other things there. What is in Delaware? You know what? Don't tell me. I want to be surprised. I work from home. I never leave. Got terminated 2 Fridays ago, so having difficulty now replacing employment income. Dude, LA, I will pimp you. Send me your info, hun, and I will post it everywhere. Also, have you ever thought of the closed caption interpreting? I know that there's some people who've done it and found great success with it, and some people who don't, but I really think that it looks pretty easy enough. It's just like typing captions, right? I wanted to do that for a minute just to see how hard it is. Very interested. You're right next to Canton, Judy. Be careful. Be careful. I'm getting behind, but I don't care because I'm learning about you guys. So many murders in Atlanta. I know because it's hot. I ate my twin in the womb. There can be only one. You absorbed or you ate? If I stay at a motel, I would take my own shit. Yeah, I do the thing. Okay, guys, I take it a couple of steps further. I'm going to give you guys a little confession. I will take luminol and I will spray it and I will test it. And I have a black light and I will do that and I will test it. And don't. You'll just feel bad. You'll just feel really bad. You had identical recurring dreams. Oh my God. That's fucking crazy. Really? About what? Did you have the same stressors? Did you communicate that you were going to try to have these dreams, or did they just happen? Also, which twin admitted the dream first and which twin said me too? That's important. Good morning. Good morning, Amber. It's an awful feeling first time dude, when I got sacked once, it fucking sucked and I was miserable. But then it's like, you know what? Fuck that. What a blessing. And I just started doing my own thing. I was very poor. It fucking sucked. I still am very poor. But I'm telling you, like, when you try other things, even if you don't think you'll be good at them, like, I went back to baristaing just to have extra, because I was like, well, comedy doesn't pay as much, And I loved it at first until the roof caved in on me. And then a guy on meth started banging on the glass. And I was the only one there working overnights. And I got scared. Florida doesn't like women defending themselves. They don't. They absolutely don't. Give this chick a wrench. Call me a wrench hoe. Okay, you'll all get wrenched. Ranch block. Uh-oh. I think you all... I did try to wrench everybody in chat the other day, and it didn't let me. Because you guys have to accept it. You have to accept the wrench into your hearts. Just got cut down lots of bits in the garden now, guzzling fizzy water and catching up with chat. My town was a top UK murder town. They found an old body in a field over the front of my street near the main road. Well, quit bragging, Fuzzy. Damn. Sherlock bingo, goddamn. Die in Nebraska. I'm in Delaware right now. What's it like? What is there? What does it do? What do people there do? What do they look like? Are they bigger? Are they little? What's going on? Barbecue? Boston barbecue? No, I will make barbecue for you guys. I will go to Boston. We can take Bucky's crap. Dude, yes, dude. With Texas invasion of Boston, I'm into it. I will invade Atlanta too. I'm just going to plan a tour. I'm going to get some of the comics together. I'm going to plan a tour, and we're just going to come see you guys. And we're just going to give you chuckles and yuckies. Okay? Chuckles and yuckies. And I'm going to bring you guys beaver nugs. All right? You love typing? Look up closed caption jobs. Just type that in. Transcribing closed captions. There are so many. I don't know. I've got some friends who said it was real easy, and they're dumb as fuck. And I'm like, well, if they're dumb as fuck and say it's easy, then maybe it is. But I have friends who are really smart who say it's hard. And I'm like, well, this is weird. I've gotten lots of mixed reviews on that. Lots of. And if you guys know of any jobs that are hiring, fucking tell us. Especially like remote jobs. Especially because fucking Canada has pretty bad fucking weather. I have friends from there who get fucking snowed in all the time. Hello, Pinky Promises. Hello, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the chat. You forgot to start the dryer. You're fucked. Hotel versus apartment versus house. Luminol is going to ruin everything all the time. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But I gotta know where the jizz has been. Okay. You know, I'm allergic to alcohol and I don't like the taste anyway. So I don't drink, and I haven't in decades. Like when I did, it was like a little, and then I got real sick. Like I've gotten drunk maybe 10 times in my life, and it was all like because I had 2 beers and they were forced. I did not like them. I was trying to fit in. I think the only time I ever enjoyed an alcohol drink was this. It was a thing. It was a margarita. It was a Mexican martini or Mexican margarita. It's a margarita mixed with a martini. It's a margarita with a lot of green olives in it, and it was delicious. And I had one, and I got wasted, and I fell and hit my head. Best place in the country, Madison, Wisconsin. I would do that. I love the Wisconsin airport, the Minneapolis airport. I judge places by their airports, and let me tell you something. Denver, love it. I love Wisconsin. I love Minnesota. Oh, I love those airports. I love Seattle so much. Seattle's my favorite place on earth. I love it. It's the best. I really do think that Provincetown fucking rules, though. It's so cute. It's so cute. Oops. Dude, I would totally go to Australia, but you guys got to get rid of those crazy big crabs and the snakes. Yeah, it's just type in transcribing captions, and there's so many jobs where they'll hire you to do it online, and a lot of them are for movies. There's one for Indian films and Bollywood shit that my friend got to do, and she was transcribing the English captions, which are dubbed over it, and she said it was very funny. And that's how I found out about the movie RRR, which is incredible. My company is work from home legit. Give them my email. OB. Okay. Ambakea. Will you reach out to me with your email? And then LA, reach out to me with your email, and then I'll swap you guys' emails. Okay? Okay. That's what we're gonna do. Beer is piss water, yucky. Okay. Agreed. Take my own bedding to hotels. Bedding reminds me of my hamster. That's what we called his wood chips growing up. I would like to put wood chips on a bed in a hotel. I'm a sober person because I'm a messy drunk. Well, that's a good way to live, and I agree. If you're too messy, don't do it. It's too much stressy. Snakes only bother you when you bother them, and giant crabs, never seen them. I don't believe you. Really? I've seen a lot of scary videos. A lot of scary videos. Yes, I know. Everybody's up there. Everybody's up in Mass. I'm going to go up to Mass. I'm going to go up there, and I'm going to be like, all right, let me see. I like to do tourist stuff. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to walk up there, and I'm going to be like, let's show me where this Paul Revere guy was. Where did he run around? Where was he? Show me where the witches got hung. I went to John Cena's house last time. I diverted before I got there, but I got in the area. I'll just say that. The Asheville airport is the size of a postage stamp, and flying out of Hartsfield Jackson for decades, I was charmed. Oh, the Kentucky airports are adorable. They're so fucking tiny, and I love them so much. I love them so much, and I love tiny little cute little airports. They're so cute. Okay, what's going to happen to me tomorrow? Let's find out together, everyone.
As well. and some of those discrete cells could drop some heavy rain that could lead to some minor flooding, and there's always that chance of maybe a brief spin-up tornado. Now, as we take a look at your Saturday morning, we go into those upper 80s for Saturday afternoon. Again, more clouds than sunshine for today. Then as we start off your Sunday, we're going to start off clear. Now, if the skies stay clear most of the day, we are going to be seeing better chances for some of those stronger storms because those clear skies and that humidity is going to drive up a lot of that instability in the atmosphere, and the conditions are going to be ripe for those storms to pop up as we head through around 5:30, 6 o'clock. This is mostly going to be for our northern and northeastern zones, and here comes that outflow as it makes its way through central Texas.
Okay. So this is what bothers me, is he's acting like this is no big deal, but I'm literally seeing red. And now I'm looking at the future tracker, which is cool. It's like dominoes, like here's where your pizza is going to be. But see how the red is bad. The red means bad. And then I don't see any snow or any mix. Why don't we get any? There is that snow? Why is it in between? What's going on here? What's going on over here? Why is it going to rain so much? And why is it so hot if it's raining?
That outflow as it makes its way through central Texas and then really starts to cool us down, only to around 70 though by the time we get to your Monday morning. So I only have it at a 20% chance because not all the models are on board yet.
But you had it at 10% the other day and my house flooded, sir. So does this mean it's going to be double flooded? I don't trust you, but I like your suits.
But they're getting there. And I have a feeling
they're getting there. That's professional.
On board yet, but they're getting there. And I have a feeling that we could be issuing a weather impact alert day.
Sir, I don't need your feelings. I just need to know the facts. Go back. Tell me again, because I'm not no comprende, sir. Are you telling me I'm fucked or I'm not fucked? I just need to know. Why does it say 97?
I only have it at a 20% chance because not all the models are on board yet, but they're getting there. And I have a feeling that we could be issuing a weather impact alert day. We're going to wait till later on to see how the trends shake out to see if we do need to issue one for Sunday evening.
Weather lookout. What did he say? Weather what alert day?
Do need to issue one for Sunday evening. But again,
what is that?
Shake out to see if we do need to issue one for Sunday later on to see how the trends shake out to see if we do need to issue one for.
Damn it! I need to know, what was that? What was that acronym? Was it? Did he just spell weed?
Morning. So I only have it at a 20% chance because not all the models are on board yet, but they're getting there. And I have a feeling that we could be issuing a weather impact alert day. We're going to wait till
a weather impact alert day. So that does spell weed. It's just spelled differently. Or wide? No, it would be weed. I before E except. Well, now I'm confused. Yeah, this is normal for us. Because I live in hell. And see, that 72, that's going to be for an hour in the morning. And then at about 10 a.m., it's going to hit the 90s. And it's going to be raining again. So it's going to be hot and rainy. That's good. That's good. Because we want to create spores. We want to create deadly mold spores in my house, sir. Thank you.
Till later on to see how the trends shake out to see if we do need to issue one for Sunday evening. But again, we're going to continue to watch this and really watch it for you because I know a lot of y'all are apprehensive about any more severe weather given what has happened so far this week. It has been quite busy.
Yeah, no shit, you fucking Sherlock. You got a camel toe there, buddy?
For us here in the KVU Weather Impact team. But afterwards, Wednesday and Thursday look like our better chances for more of those storms hanging around. It's too early to determine severity, still 4 to 5 days.
So wait. So he said 10% the other day and everything was fucked. And then he said 10% and 15%. It was fucked and fucked again. So we've had 3 floods in this house when it was at 10 and 15. So now it's at 20, 20. So I'm going to get 3 more floods. Is this biblical? What is happening? Is this because we accepted Satan? Fuck. I'm not going to choose. We're keeping Satan. But like, what is this? Why? Why, God? Why?
Days out. But again, we're going to really watch it for you. But the thing is, for Sunday, it starts a more summer-like pattern for us here in Central Texas. We get right back to over seasonal averages here locally because we enter meteorological summer tomorrow. So this is the last day of meteorological spring here in Central Texas.
Fuck me. Is that what the card said, Darlene? The card said I'm fucked, didn't they? God damn it.
So really something that we're going to watch very, very closely throughout the course of these next few days. So
this is Shannon.
Lucky Wilson is saying good, and I agree. That's really good news.
Who the fuck is Lucky Wilson?
Here, doesn't look like anybody has any additional comments, concerns, or anything like that from the Facebook side. YouTube's comments are
I do. I have comments and concerns.
Locked, so I can't really see what YouTube has going on as far as what they want to solve. As far
Wendy, I love you.
As far as questions that they have, we're simulcasting not just on Facebook but also on YouTube. But we're also simulcasting on KView Plus as well. Good morning. Looks like there's 22 of y'all that are watching on YouTube.
Yo, hold on. We got 38 watching in chat, I guess. So, are we beating the weather guy? Yo, you little bitch, I'm beating you. I'm so sorry.
YouTube right now, and that's really good news. But again, looks like the comments are cut off, and it doesn't look like you guys have any comments on Facebook right now. Looks like Lucky Wilson's the only one that is commenting, saying that good as far as the end of severe weather threats for the...
Who the fuck is Lucky Wilson? And why is he acting like I'm supposed to know? Do you see what I mean, you guys? They're gaslighting us all the time in Texas. I don't know who the fuck Lucky Wilson is. Stop acting like I know him.
For the most part, we do have...
Or her, or they. No offense meant. Please, none taken. Your treat?
Have that tomorrow. But we're going to go ahead and let's get the boxes out real quick. And we're going to slowly go through that timing because I know a lot of you guys are going to have questions about...
Do you think he's sad? How many questions does he have? Don't look at the side. This motherfucker. Of course you don't have comments, sir. They're turned off. See what I mean? Gaslighting all the time, 24/7. We don't have any comments. You turn the comments off. You dipshit. And I felt bad for you.
When the storm's coming. So we're going to start at 7 a.m. And we're going to start with getting to around 9:30, 10, 11 o'clock. We're going to be mostly dry most of the day. Your afternoon plan should be okay, but I would keep an eye to the sky starting at about 5:30, 6 o'clock. That's where I'd start, especially if you're in Milam, Wilco, or Lee. This is around 6:30, and it has a lot of those storms moving into the Rocky Hill Giddings area. Also, Temple, Belton, for all my former viewers up there who watch our sister station, KCEN, 6 News. That would be around 6:30, 7 o'clock.
What? Jim Carrey, he fucked me hard testimony? Well, it sounds like you got your algorithm right.
7:30, 8 o'clock. We're looking at pretty much the whole coastal plains from Milam County, Lee County, maybe Bastrop and Fayette counties as well. 8:30, 9 o'clock. Looks like the...
Yeah, who got fucked hard? Did he fuck Jim Carrey? That's going to make so much sense.
Austin Metro, according to this model, may be out of it. But again...
Oh, no. Julie, that's no big deal at all. This is the state where you would go to school, it'd be 41 degrees outside with a coat, and you'd come home and it's 96. Like, we're used to this.
Models can trend in different ways to where the Austin Metro might get maybe a few of those strong storms. But then as we head through 10 o'clock, that's where things start to simmer down. Now, Round Rock, you might be getting it around 7:30, 8 o'clock.
No, equal parts sympathy and outrage. Go find out who fucked who and then come back and tell us.
Tilithia? Is that how I pronounce your name? Is that how you pronounce it? Tilithia? That's, they're watching right now. We've also got,
Yep, that rapid. You get fucked fast and hard here, Julie. This is Texas. Sometimes they put a gun in our mouth and call us baby.
let's see. We've also got Gloria saying thank you for the info, my pleasure. And then things start, well, as we get through Sunday night, things do start to simmer down, and Monday should be mostly dry and in the mid 90s. So, okay, Tilithia, there I go. Nice, nice. Let's see.
You guys get in Florida, you guys get it's me, JB with WFLA now. And we get this guy who's trying to pronounce names of non-existent people because the comments were turned off. You liar.
I don't think anyone else really has any more questions right now. Looks like a nice little morning to get on out and enjoy. Today's afternoon plan should be fine for the.
Yeah, we have the most awkward weather people here. I love them all. They are so uncomfortable. For a while, we had this fascinating twink who would dress really cool, and then he just disappeared one day. I don't know what happened to him.
Most part tomorrow afternoon's plans should be fine. You just need to make sure you keep an eye to the sky, especially late in the afternoon, like around.
We should go check because now I don't believe him. He was complaining about comments on YouTube. Imagine we go to Facebook and they're not even streaming there. Oh, I'd be so pissed.
5, 6 o'clock, maybe even 7 or 8 o'clock. You want to really watch for sure. I have the timeline officially between 6 and 9 o'clock, especially for our northern and eastern counties like Milam, Williamson.
That's why everyone's poor here, LA. And see, then Joe Rogan and Elon, all the rich people moved here, and now they're going to be poor, and they're going to go, how did that happen? And we're going to go, welcome to Texas.
And well, actually, most of Williamson is in that 2 out of 5, but also Lee as well. Not necessarily Giddings. Giddings, you're right on that line between the 1 and the 2 out of 5 risk, but places like Tanglewood, Dimebox, you're going to want to.
I don't know where Tanglewood or Dimebox is, and I think he made that up.
Really watch this very, very closely because y'all are in that slight risk. So again, hail, damaging winds, going to be the main threats. I'm thinking it could be more of a hail producer because a lot of these models are showing discrete cells, and a lot of these discrete cells love to produce large hail or large quantity.
Yeah, it probably is a real place. We have a place here called Dang, Texas, and then Gun Barrel City, and then White Settlement. So yeah, they'll name things all kinds of shit here.
Of smaller hail like what we've seen this past week. So we're going to really watch it very, very closely. Alicia talking about Bastrop County looking good for rain. Yep.
Straight up out of Bastrop here to make that ass drop.
That's what it looks like. Bastrop might get some good bits of rain. You're only in that 1 out of 5. Maybe Elgin could be on that line between 1 and 2 out of 5. But really.
Fun fact about Elgin. Let's talk about Elgin a little bit because I've seen all I need to see. Elgin has the best sausage. If you look up Elgin sausage, it's famous and it's delicious. They raise a good fucking swan there, y'all. Here's another thing. Elgin has a weed store that has never been opened. It's the first legal THC weed store, but they can't open it because THC wasn't legal. And then it finally got legal, but it's only within the city limits of Austin, and Elgin is right outside of Austin. So it's just a store covered in weed leaves that's like weed, and then you can't really like get anything in it because it's not open. It's kind of like how in Marfa there's a Prada store, but it wasn't a joke. They were anticipating legal weed. So then when they finally could sneak it in, something else happened, and you'll see in a minute. Let's see. I think it's the next thing I have.
The Coast Guard released.
This is crazy though. They released the sound of the Titan implosion. Do you guys remember that when people paid? Hello, Claudia. Nice to see you. I don't know his phone number. I don't know it. Dildo Canada? That's where I'll move. Starring that. I will look that up later. And I will go move there. I belong in Dildo. I know there's Medicine Hat. If you had to choose between Dildo, Canada, and Medicine Hat, where would you live? It is the longest weather report. It was 12 minutes. When we're not gonna. Well, it was legal until the other day. We passed a proposition last year, and then the governor said, fuck you. And Ken Paxton, who helped cover for the cross-eyed fella who hates gays and wants Jesus in the courtroom. Or in the classroom. It's very confusing. It's all a bunch of fucking slack-jawed fucking yokels, to be honest with you. It's a lot of bullshit. Okay. Yeah, until the other day. And we're gonna see that. We're gonna see that because I put that in here. What they did to us. The veterans are the most mad, and you know who's getting all the shit for it, which is kind of funny, is Black Rifle Coffee. Because the veterans are pissed off because THC helps them with their PTSD and not wanting to blow their fucking brains out because of all the murder and death that they saw. So they're like, yo, we need this. And the government said, fuck you, and made it all illegal now. And they were pissed off because all of the people that they support, like veteran-run companies for like Black Rifle Coffee and stuff, said that they'd show up and help advocate and speak on the veterans' behalf at the Capitol. And then a couple of veterans showed up and none of those people. And they were really pissed off. And so now they're like, fuck Republicanism, fuck conservatism. We're going with the hippie liberals now because you guys fucked us, and fuck Black Rifle Coffee. And now there's like this whole movement that's like, yo, fuck all these conservative veteran-run companies that did not show up that day, because now all these veterans are going to have seizures and PTSD because fuck y'all. And so it's wild. And we're seeing a lot of pushback against our governor. And it seems that pot was the line that they drew. So it's wild because kind of like the Chrisley thing, like it's like, this is confusing for me because I love Nanny Faye and I love the idea of reforming a terrible prison, but also like, ew, yikes, all the super Trumpy stuff. Ooh. But then like with this situation, it's like, oh, weed is great and it helps these veterans. But also at the same time, these veterans are also like, no, fuck you now. And it's turning them, but like it's turning a lot of conservative people into liberals here, but also they always hated pot. So I'm like, oh, so you, now that you like it, now you're willing to reject. Okay. That's the line. It's a lot. It is a lot. So it's confusing. And like, I mean, you know, it's just wild that that's what changed them. Like, it was nothing else. It was not the treatment of women's health. It was not just stripping the VA of all of its money. It was not any of the things you would think it was. It wasn't shooting up schools. That wasn't it was the weed. That's what fucked everyone up. So now everybody's pissed. I mean, I side with the veterans because I agree. Like, this is fucked up. Especially because all these businesses opened in Texas that were selling like less than 3% or 0.03 THC percentages. And it was helping with like people who had seizures and PTSD and shit like that. And now they're like, fuck you. And what's also kind of funny is that all happened right when all the celebrities moved here. So they're all from California. So they're like, woo, weed. And now it's illegal. And they're like, what the fuck? And it's like, well, you know, welcome to Texas. It was like this before you got here. Yikes. So yeah, you're gonna see some stuff on that in a minute. For now, they released audio of the Titan implosion. Those rich people who paid to go see the Titanic, and then they were given old Judd Welcher treatment. They were put in a little tiny butt bullet, shot down into the ocean, and they had like an Xbox controller, and then it vaporized. And they're like, here's what it sounded like. And I'm like, what? So I guess we're going to listen to this together. I'm wondering what it sounds like. I guess it sounds like it's, I don't know. I would think that would be loud, right? Let's listen, I guess. Ugh, yikes. I didn't know if I wanted to play this, but kind of want to hear it. Like, I don't know why. It's just, what the fuck? There's audio of it too? How'd they get that?
Coast Guard released an audio recording of what is believed to be the final moments of the Titan submersible that, you'll remember, imploded in the Atlantic in 2023. Good Lord, what a moment there. The clip, part of the investigation into the disaster that killed all 5 people on board.
Well, there you go.
One of the biggest names in the entertainment.
Okay. So this actually was this is old. I don't know why I put this in there. Oh, yeah. I was going to tell you guys, John Laurinaitis, part of the Vince McMahon lawsuit, the other guy that Janelle Grant was suing, just flipped on Vince. Just flipped on him. Just said, you know what? Fuck you. And now he is, I guess, helping with, I mean, he's been taken off the defendant list. I think he's going to help prosecute Vince. I think he's turned for the whole pooping in her hair thing and abusing her and sex trafficking her. Yep. So that's crazy. That happened. We'll probably watch this later because now we're going to get into some weird, wild news that's tripping me out that happened in the last week that I'm like, this happened when everything was flooding and I missed it and I thought it was weird. I'm just like, this is crazy. I want to see what you guys think. Of course, it says Florida woman, so I had to click it. Here you go.
Welcome back. It's called the Baker Act. Under state law, people can be forced into a facility for a mental health evaluation if, among other reasons, they are a danger to themselves or others.
But in a new lawsuit, a South Florida woman says that she was held in mental institutions for nearly 2 weeks for no legitimate reason. And she shared body camera video that she says proves her case and raises questions about how this law meant to protect people can be implemented. NBC6 investigative reporter Amy Bateri takes a closer look.
Prevent me from leaving the room. The incident started on March 27th of last year.
So legally, I can't go home.
No.
Why?
Body camera video shows Broward Sheriff's deputies met on the side of the road in Dania Beach.
Hello. How's it going? How's it going?
By this man.
I'm waiting for a car to go by. There's a girl driving it. She's like kind of mentally unstable person.
BSO has not responded to inquiries about who called the deputies there, but it appears they're taking direction from the man in the gray t-shirt.
She's heading over here right now. Pinging her or? Yes, they have a GPS on her.
He asks deputies to follow him to a nearby parking lot once she arrives.
I have a doctor, Dr. Boba from Hollywood Memorial Hospital, who's over there right now waiting for her to show up, and he's going to bake her out.
And when I showed up, it obviously was not an estimate.
Demore Hadley says she was lured to that parking lot by someone posing as a potential client for the landscaping company she runs with her then boyfriend, now husband. But according to her lawsuit, when she showed up, she was approached by several people.
We're going to take her.
Including Dr. Daniel Bober, the chief of psychiatry at Memorial Regional Hospital, who also runs a private practice and has been featured as a mental health expert on media outlets, including NBC6.
I already knew I had intuition. Something is not right here.
Deputies also had questions for those present, at least at first.
Who are you guys? So we're a mobile crisis team working with Dr. Boba from Hollywood Memorial Hospital. Okay.
Memorial Healthcare tells us there is no mobile crisis team affiliated with the hospital, and Dr. Bober did not respond to our inquiry. We found the people seen here, James Fondo and Stephen and Jessica Cady, are actually owners of Sig9, a private security company. The men, both former high-ranking BSO officers, according to their bios.
Am I being detained?
For now, you're being detained.
The Baker Act, which Dr. Bober was citing, allows a physician to order someone they've examined in the previous 48 hours be held against their will in a mental health facility if they pose a risk to themselves or others, and the doctor can ask law enforcement to take them there.
He's not my doctor. He's never seen me in my life.
A concern Demore raises several times in the video.
He's a doctor. He's part of the mobile crisis unit.
I've never spoken to him.
I don't care.
And she also says he never examined her. On the Baker Act paperwork, Dr. Bober certified he did that exam at 5:56 p.m. that day. The same time, video shows them all still in that parking lot. He diagnosed her with an unspecified psychosis, adding she was a risk to herself.
I have 3 different collateral sources of information that say that she's been acting psychotic, that she threatened to overdose yesterday.
He told me we received a call from your family that you tried to OD the night before,
and you're being Baker acted. And my question was like, what are you talking about?
Experts tell us it's common for doctors to take families' concerns into account, and ultimately the decision to Baker Act someone is up to the healthcare professional on scene. In the lawsuit, Demore says she has no mental health history and does not use illegal drugs. She also shared records from Memorial Regional showing drug test results from that day were negative.
I have concerns about how all of this happened.
Attorney Hilton Napoleon is representing Demore in the lawsuit she filed this month, alleging she spent nearly 2 weeks falsely detained under Florida's Baker Act and Marchman Act, a similar law that allows involuntary substance abuse treatment. She claims it all stems from an ongoing dispute between Demore and her own mother, who denies the allegations, saying in a motion to dismiss the lawsuit that the family attempted to get help out of concern for her daughter's physical and mental well-being.
I've been practicing law for 20 years and I've never seen a case like this before.
Demore's lawsuit claims deputies never verified the identity of the individuals on scene and took their word despite Demore repeatedly voicing concerns. In a statement, SIG-9 says they were engaged by a licensed mental health professional to assist with a voluntary transport for psychiatric evaluation to avoid the need for law enforcement intervention.
So I can't drive myself?
No, you're going to have to go with them.
Video shows Demore asked to be transported by deputies and was told this.
I can't ride with you and you guys take me?
You're going to be in handcuffs, the dog's not going to be able to come?
I don't want to be in handcuffs.
Okay. Okay. So I'm going to wait. We're going to take you to their vehicle.
A deputy encourages Demore to get into this truck.
You can't just force a woman into a dark gray truck without validating or verifying the story that's being told.
A BSO spokesperson says the incident is now under review.
I don't think I've ever felt so alone and unseen and unheard in my whole entire life.
Memorial Healthcare tells us they can't talk about this case because of the pending lawsuit. Dr. Bober told us initially he couldn't discuss the case because of privacy restrictions. Then Demore provided a release allowing him to speak with us, but so far we have not heard back. In a statement, SIG-9 denied the allegations, adding, "Our role was limited, lawful, and conducted in good faith under the direction of a licensed physician." Again, Demore's mother denies any wrongdoing, claiming her actions are based on legitimate concern. Coming up tomorrow, we take you inside this legal fight involving some wild allegations. Amy Viteri, NBC6 News.
Top of the news at 5:30. A young woman's life is turned upside down when she realized the man who raised her may not be her biological father.
For 2 years, she's fought for real answers and tells me she's, quote, done being quiet. This story first appeared in the Buffalo News.
It might be a case of first impression.
Manhattan family and matrimonial attorney Ankit Kapoor says he's never heard of a case like this. Jordan Trippi, a Grand Island native who now lives in Florida, says when she thinks of her dad, she pictures a hardworking, blue-collar construction owner who always made sure his family was cared for.
He removed every barrier that he ever could so that I could pursue the fullest life.
Those loving memories live on 3 years after his passing. After a short illness in the spring of 2022, he died the day after her wedding day.
It shakes your whole world, right? It shakes your world, and I think the circumstances around it shook my world even more.
Those circumstances are the result of a DNA test from Ancestry.com.
I was really interested to know more about my family and the origin and the story of my ancestors' life.
But the results didn't show any of her dad's trippy Italian and German heritage. It did show her mom's Hamsick roots.
I just assumed that it was a fluke. I assured myself I would circle back to it when I had a bit more time. We all really resembled that Hamsick part of our genetics. The number of times that I got from fellow students, peers, like, you don't look Italian at all. I would need my fingers and my toes.
One of the strangest parts of the results, 2 people on the Ancestry.com app she did not know showed up as a slight DNA match with her. She tells me their last name was McGuire. Months after her dad passed, she sat down with her mom to ask questions.
She was also shocked and confused by the results. She had felt assured that I was my dad's.
But that last name jogged her mom's memory of another man. They realized Jordan's dad maybe wasn't her biological father.
In many ways, this kind of like rebooted, or like it made me start the grieving process all over again.
The man she does believe to be her biological father, Frank McGuire, also passed away in the summer of 2020.
I would never know my biological dad, and he would never know me.
McGuire, the chairman of the McGuire Group, was 92 when he passed. According to his obituary in the Buffalo News, McGuire built a business of more than 30 companies that employed 1,700 people in Western New York.
To think like he was such a staple, such a, man of notoriety in the city of Buffalo, and for it to have never mentioned him, I knew of no connection there.
For 2 years, she's fought to get definitive answers.
At 30 years old, I found out that every medical record that I had filled out my family history of was completely inaccurate. And on a lighter note, I realized that that history project I did at Hugh Throat Elementary also grossly inaccurate. In a deeper sense, I think knowing our heritage, our ancestors, where we came from, important for the soul.
Her want? One of the McGuire's 7 children to do a DNA swab, proving she is in fact their sibling. A year ago, state surrogate court judge Asia Mosi decided in Trippy's favor. But the McGuire siblings argued a privacy concern. It's now being appealed. Kapoor says he hasn't found a case like this, where a sibling was forced to do a DNA test.
DNA testing is definitely not uncommon to New York courts. In terms of Jordan Trippy's case, where the siblings are ordered to do a DNA test, that I believe might be a case of first impression. I did not encounter other cases where siblings were ordered. Identical twin of the decedent was ordered, the grandparents in a case were ordered, but siblings might be something new.
Another issue at play here, McGuire's estate.
When I consider the fact of his wealth, of his empire, I don't assume any of it to be mine.
I reached out to the attorneys for all the children of Frank McGuire. They released this joint statement saying in part, if Miss Trippy had shown any interest in getting to know us rather than filing a claim for go-away money in surrogate's court, we are sure family members would have been more welcoming. In fact, Miss Trippy only reached out to one of 7 siblings more than a year after her legal effort began. While none of us are beneficiaries, we would like to see our father's wishes and bequests in his will fulfilled, rather than dragged out in this tawdry process. In a decision, Judge Mosi says a challenge to Frank McGuire's will is a matter for another day. Kapoor says challenging the will would be an uphill battle.
One of the main things I noticed was that the will of Frank McGuire does not give what's called a class gift, where he named his children in the will. If his will said, I leave X to my wife and X to so-and-so, and then the remainder in equal shares to my children, then any child that's out there will be entitled to make a claim against the benefit. But when you name children, then you're limited to the children that are named. Generally speaking, there are some exceptions.
For those who assume that I am pursuing this because he is a millionaire, they're likely missing the piece that I just genuinely want to know who my dad is. Just like anybody else, and conclusively.
Jordan tells me the appeal is being argued tomorrow. If she does win this appeal and is able to prove she's a daughter of Frank McGuire and wants a piece of the pie, Kapoor says she'll have to try to invalidate Frank McGuire's will, which would be difficult. However, he says there could be non-probate assets she could go after, like a life insurance policy, retirement account, etc.
Great story, Kels. Excellent, excellent job there.
An American YouTuber just got arrested in India for illegally traveling to a forbidden island to contact an isolated tribe and give them a Diet Coke. So according to Indian police officials, on March 29, 24-year-old Mikhailo Viktorovich Polyakov set off by himself in an inflatable boat to North Sentinel, a remote island in the Indian Ocean that's home to one of the most isolated tribes in the world, with Indian government regulations making it illegal to go within 3 miles of the island or interact with the tribe, whose members use spears, bows, and arrow to hunt and have been known for killing outsiders who land on their shores. Or with this, including an American missionary who traveled to the island in 2018 in an attempt to convert the inhabitants to Christianity. But also the rules prohibiting travel are meant to protect both outsiders and the tribe. Or because they've been isolated for thousands of years, they don't have immunity to common outside diseases like measles or the flu. And you have experts saying that the introduction of any new diseases could wipe out the entire tribe. But apparently, this did not matter or occur to this American YouTuber who had just 700 subscribers at the time of his journey, with the police saying that he meticulously planned his travel to the island. In fact, it was his 3rd attempt to do so in the last year, but he had been stopped the previous 2 times. But this time, he was successful, landing on the island where he collected samples, filmed video footage, and then left a Diet Coke and a coconut as an offering before returning to his boat, and staying there offshore for another hour, blowing a whistle to try and attract the attention of the tribe. But apparently, no one came, so he left, returning to another island where he was spotted by a local fisherman who reported him to the authorities. And now, just 2 days later, he was arrested and he faces possible prison time, though there are mixed reports on how much, with some outlets saying as much as 8 years, while others are reportedly saying he could face up to 5 years and a fine. But follow to stay in the loop.
It is a puzzling case.
Okay, I gotta ask, what do you guys think of the Sentinel Island shit? Like, that's fucking crazy, right? This guy, first of all, this is not the first time. Remember they talked about it, the Christian missionary? That guy got his ass fucking murdered. This guy's trying to give him a Diet Coke. Okay, I have a couple of questions. First of all, you brought one. You brought one Diet Coke for the whole tribe. Rude. Rude. What do you think they're gonna do with that? The first Diet Coke. What if they open it and they open it upside down? And now they're out of Diet Coke. You didn't even explain to them how to open it, what to do with it, that they could drink it. So you brought them something they can hit you with? You're an idiot. And also, leave them alone. Leave them the fuck alone. Leave them the fuck alone. They don't want you. It should have been 2 24-pack cases or don't do it at all. You know what I mean? Bring it up for the class or don't fucking go. Like, how rude. Also, what about that whole situation? Okay, when I found my bio dad, I found out he was way more well off than we were. But you know what? I didn't ask him for fucking money. And if they would have made me sign some shit saying, I don't want your fucking money, I would have signed it. So if they got to do that, fucking do that. But the second I saw that those bitches said tawdry, this is tawdry, I was like, oh, fuck you. I don't like either of them. What do you guys think? Yeah, bring a pallet or shut the fuck up. What are we doing here? Or share it and get Giardia. The world has gone batshit crazy. And you got to be careful, darling. Don't go batshit crazy. Don't even stay sane in Florida because they will put you in a box for 2 weeks. You have to be careful, darling.
Davidson County, as police confirmed, human remains found at a salvage yard last week are those of a man who disappeared in 2016.
So this is just nuts. I'll let it play through.
Yeah, police say the remains are that of Lee Anthony Funderburk, a man who's from Charlotte. Well, they believe
Many thoughts. First is dope last name.
someone killed him. It is just devastating news for his family, as you might imagine. And Fox 8's Celeste Smith spoke with Funderburk's son. So, Celeste, what did he tell you?
Well, his son, Elton Robinson, says that this discovery not only brings grief, but also closure for this family. And he said that even though his father has been missing for several years, he said that he always sought closure.
I even still call his phone. I would just, in hopes of him answering it, I would call it and call it. Some days I would just sit there and just call it for an hour straight.
Charles Manson. That is a good point. Why are you bringing saccharin into the tribe? What the fuck is wrong with you? You giving them aspartame for fuck's sake? What are you trying to do? Turn them into Bethany Frankel? Leave this tribe alone.
Back to back to back. And no answer.
The last time anyone saw Lee Anthony Funderburk was on Claremore Place in North Charlotte in March of 2016. He was reported missing on May 31st by a family member. Neighbors in the North Charlotte neighborhood where he lived and was last seen saying they never stopped thinking about him. One of them is Corey Robinson. He's known Funderburk since the early 2000s.
He was a good guy. The community just been wondering what happened to him. It's just like he just went poof, missing.
Funderburk's son, Elton Robinson, says his relationship with his father was strong. Robinson says Funderburk spent years behind bars, but when they were together, Elton says it was nothing but love.
Whenever he got out, we was going to do a one-on-one. So when he got out, I was 14, getting ready to turn 15. And we got our one-on-one, and he didn't take it easy on me. I didn't expect him to, take it easy on me, but that's going to be a moment I'll forever remember, my entire life, because it was just a father-son moment, and it's just like nothing else mattered.
Robinson takes us back in time. All those years ago in 2016, he was about to get married when his father disappeared.
I've seen cases where people missing and they just pop back up, so that was just kind of my hope and what I was praying, but there was this feeling on the inside of me that was just very unsettling. And so as the time went by, like within the next few months, it started weighing on me.
9 years later, Funderburk's remains were found inside a vehicle just one day after it was brought to Leonard Salvage. The Davidson County Sheriff's Office says a salvage yard out of Charlotte sold the vehicle to Leonard Salvage, and it arrived on May 13th. Robinson says while he's grateful for answers, but really, this is just the start of the mystery.
When I received the call, I don't want to say I wasn't expecting it. It didn't surprise me because I knew one day this day would come, but it was definitely, I would say like a weight come off of my shoulders, and it was refreshing, but also like a gut punch at the same time. So it's like mixed emotions, and I didn't know whether to shout and, give praise or just break down.
While Davidson County Sheriff's Office and the SBI assisted in this case, Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department has currently taken over the murder investigation for the death of Funderburk. And police say the evidence showed that it occurred in their jurisdiction, and they're urging anyone with information about this case to contact them or Charlotte Crime Stoppers. Live in Davidson County, Celeste Smith, Fox 8 News.
New findings tonight in the mysterious deaths of twin brothers.
Well, fuck me. I do have an accent. Okay, well, here. I'll answer the question. I was going to say I want to answer this because I've gotten this a lot. So I was born in Texas. Okay, I had a Texas accent my whole life. I'm sorry I muted. And when I started doing comedy, I remember I would see comics that would I call them cheap laughs. Let's just say that. It's like when people are laughing not because the joke is funny, but because of like maybe your accent, the way you say it. And it would kind of make me feel a little dumb sometimes. And also I noticed that when I would do a northern accent at people, they paid more attention, or they I don't know, they just took me more seriously, especially in school, because the more north you get in like up towards Dallas, like accents change. I noticed when I began to travel, I got on my first plane at 21, but when I started to travel, I just noticed people like, oh no, they treated you different. And I thought it would be funny to try different accents if, let's see how I get treated now. And it's pretty interesting. You get treated very differently. And when I started doing comedy, which was just like 4 years after I started traveling, I just had a comic who was kind of my mentor, Ron Shock. He has a real thick Southern accent. And I remember telling him how I didn't want to get laughs because of the way I talk or say things. Because I still say some words funny. Like, for example, emoji. I really did say emoji for many years and got laughs at it. I didn't understand why. And then I found out I was just saying it wrong. But I kept that one because I thought it was funny, But I also used to like if I would just say a word different, like people would laugh at that. And it was hard to gauge jokes. So when I went to New York, I tried a northern accent and people looked at me different, laughed at different parts of they laughed at the punchlines. And I was like, whoa. And so, yeah, that was my mentor, dude. I love him to death. He's so fucking funny. And when he passed away from cancer, that was like heartbreaking, But he gave me a lot of good advice. He said, one of the things was never change at all. But also, if you got to change your accent, you got to change your accent. I was like, oh, like he's just very funny to me. And I remember thinking, like, if I can like bend it so that I don't sound too Southern, then that'll help a lot. And it kind of did. It kind of did. Yeah, I want laughs for the watermelon hitting them when I smash it, But also at the same time, my grandma talks totally different. She talks like she's from the north. My ma talks like this, but then she'll get this like also she'll talk like that. So it's mixed. She has like a very northern southern accent. I don't know how to explain it. It's like Italian redneck, but she's Polish. Like I don't get it. And then like, and my grandma and mom are like Polish Mexican. And so it's weird because there's also a little bit of and so I just grew up around mixed accents. And then my aunt's Jewish and speaks Hebrew and can yell in Spanish, and they all have different like everybody. So yeah, Ron White really does talk like that. That's how he talks, But I don't know. I hung around with a lot of Northerners in college and touring and like just doing comedy and meeting different people from everywhere. Like sometimes if you get too Southern, people don't know what you're saying. So I just kind of naturally it just kind of started to fade away. And then I would hide it because I was like, I don't want people to look at me like I'm fucking dumb. And it's true. People do look at you when you're dumb, like you're dumb. And now I kind of miss it. And sometimes when I'm around people from the South or my family or anybody else that is from Texas, it comes out. You'll hear it. Usually when I'm mad, you'll hear it. Or if I'm very passionate about something, I can't really, and I'm not like actively trying to suppress it anymore. It's just how I talk now. But sometimes when I get pissed off, yeah, it comes out. Or if I'm very passionate about something, like sometimes it's like, dang, y'all, shit, fuck, dang, y'all, can y'all believe it? Like it just comes out, and I don't know how to. It's like, and it's not a big deal. Like I don't care anymore, but it is kind of funny to like. A lot of people are like, oh, I thought you were from the north or something. And I'm like, no, dude, I grew up here. But I grew up in South Texas, so it's a little bit different. Oh, thank you. ASMR? ASMR. Dude, Andrea did something in a video the other day where she clicked on something. She sent it to me. What was that? What was that, Andrea? Didn't you tap on a screen or something? And I was like, that's it. It finally clicked. That's why people like it's the sound of chips in a bowl, shit like that. What is it? YMH says they say like little dogs, like dogs' fingernails tapping when they run on like hardwood floors. Best sound ever. Is that your hand sanitizer? I like that. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Also, I did live in Kentucky for a little while with my ex-fiance, and I fit in perfectly there with that accent. But yeah, when I came back, I was like, whew, almost lost myself for a second. I do have a friend who went to Ireland for a few months and came back and sounded fucking Irish. And I was like, I would always be like, oh, the potato famine gotcha. And she gets so pissed off. But she had a full-blown Southern accent, leaves for a few months, comes back, and she's just like, oi, matey. She's talking like a fucking leprechaun. I'm like, what are you fucking doing? But it makes sense because, like, when I went up north, like, yeah, everybody talk. Just 1 month in fucking Seattle, I sounded totally different. Yeah, I am too. I could tell you anything they're saying. I'm like, oh, don't let me translate for you. This is what this means. This is what this means. East Indian accents are the best. I fucking love them so much, dude. So much. Dude, New Orleans, I love a good Creole. Oh, I love a good Creole so much. Also, Vancouver, thick ass Canadian and Nova Scotia Canadian. Oh shit, dude. Different types of Canadian. Love them both. She used to sound Vietnamese. Now she sounds Irish. Well, fuck. I don't know how you got that. Dude, it's fine. It's gonna be fine. And see, some words I can't hide it. It's we're just gonna float on. That's what that song was about. That song, all right, already we'll all float on. Like, that's what it's about. You just gotta fucking float, dude. You just gotta float. Okay, so the GBI, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, they, I guess, released the CODs on the twins on the mountain, and we talked about that. And I told you, oh, I hadn't heard that yet. Well, here we go. Let's watch it together.
Others from Gwinnett County found on Bell Mountain.
So this is the case that's grabbed national attention from the arrest of a firefighter accused of leaking a crime scene photograph to the twins' family, pushing back against the GBI's initial ruling of their deaths being a murder-suicide.
Now the agency is issuing a final ruling. 11 Live's Cody Alcorn is live from outside of GBI headquarters with what we have learned here, Cody.
Jennifer and Ron, just hours ago, the GBI releasing those findings in which they said that the deaths of Khaidir and Nazir Lewis have officially been ruled suicides, and it appears there was only one gun used. After a 10-week investigation, the GBI has now ruled the deaths of Khaidir and Nazir Lewis suicides. The twin brothers, just 19 years old, were found shot to death on top of Bell Mountain on March 9th. At first, investigators suspected a murder-suicide, but the family never believed that. Here's what their uncle Raheem Bronner told me back in March.
They're very protective of each other. They love each other. They're like inseparable. So I couldn't imagine them hurting each other.
Now the GBI says neither brother killed the other. The family previously said the twins missed a flight to Boston the morning before the shooting, but the GBI now says only Nazir had a ticket and he went to the airport alone. He never boarded the flight. Investigators say Nazir also bought ammunition used in the shooting and that it was delivered to their Lawrenceville home 3 days before their deaths. Then forensic analysis of their phones revealed internet searches on how to load a gun and suicide rates. The GBI also says autopsies show both brothers fired a gun. But one question remains, and it's one the GBI may never be able to answer. Why would two young men enrolled in spring college courses with plans for the future, two brothers who didn't like to hike or drive outside the perimeter, take a 100-mile trip to North Georgia, climb to the top of a remote mountain, and take their own lives? One after the other with the same gun, meaning one of them had to watch the other die, then pick up the gun and pull the trigger. It's a question that may forever haunt this family. I did speak to the twins' aunts over the phone tonight. They do plan on releasing a statement in the coming days. They still just can't believe what the GBI has released tonight. As for the GBI, they say that this investigation will be officially closed in the coming weeks.
So I have to say this. This is going to be one of those cases that is always going to bother me. This is always going to stick with me. I'm never going to be able to stop thinking about this until we figure out the idea that twins would do. Peter, you're a twin. What the fuck? That wouldn't. Here's the thing. If one is hell-bent on it, right, and the other can't stop it, and there's maybe something going on with them that only they know about, maybe, you know, and I don't want to say this because I in no way want to insinuate that the victims at all were involved in this, but I'm thinking of the circumstance. So pretend it's anybody else. That's a set of twins, right? What is it that would make one not be okay with, but like go along with the other with the circumstances that they were in. Does that make sense? Like, why? Like, what could be so horrific? Like, yes, their dad had this stroke, right? And he was in a wheelchair, but he was dealing with it and they had support. Yeah, they did check the guns and they each, I mean, supposedly there was GSR and fingerprints of both of them, but that's the thing, they're twins. So how did they know that each one did it and watched the other? That's what also trips me out, is how would they know that? Did they have like a manifesto or a plan left behind? We see their search history. The family probably didn't know that. If you see their search history, why, when, why did one, if their search history says that and the gun was purchased 3 days before, then why did one go to the airport? But see, that's the thing about twins. They have the same everything, right? Don't they have the same DNA, the same fingerprints, the same everything? Or are their fingerprints different? I can't remember that one. I mean, if one snapped, then you would think the other would talk them down. But yeah, and the Uber driver was late, and then there was only enough for one ticket. We heard at first that there were tickets in there. It turns out there was one ticket. So not fingerprints. Okay, so then they would have had different fingerprints. So that's how they would have known. But is it because one was holding the gun, showing off? Like, look, I'm holding the gun when they bought it, but only one bought it. And it would have to be GSR on both hands. That would be the only way. Why pick this place is another thing. They never heard of it. You know? And they didn't have a loved one die. Their dad was alive and he was in a wheelchair and he was functioning. And he was getting along okay. And he had their uncle, their neighbor, and I believe the new wife, right? Or was that? And also the other sisters that were like, one of us has to die, and then one did. Yeah, it's so weird. Taken out there and made to do it, but also what could they have been involved in? But also, why would they type suicide in? Why would one buy the gun? It is so messed up. I don't understand. Who was the one that they said? So we'll go back. It was Nazir, I think.
Used in the shooting, and that it was
hurting each other.
Now the GBI says neither brother killed the other. The family previously said the twins missed a flight to Boston the morning before the shooting, but the GBI now says only Nazir had a ticket and he went to the airport alone. He never boarded the flight. Investigators say Nazir also bought ammunition used in the shooting and that it was delivered to their Lawrenceville.
So wait, go back again. Sorry,
and that it was delivered to boarded the flight. And only Nazir had a ticket and he went to the airport alone. He never boarded the flight. Investigators say Nazir also bought ammunition used.
So Nazir went to the airport. He didn't board the flight, but he also bought ammunition and a gun. Part of me wonders, did he buy ammo and a gun? He was going to take it with him to the airport, and then he decided no because he realized he can't get it on board. Was he planning to go do something in Boston? And then he backed out and then told his brother. This is so confusing. Oh, the sisters who ran into traffic. One went on to try to kill a guy while one was in the hospital. The tale goes way further than just the motorway incident. I saw that when they both ran into traffic to try to get hit by a car. Didn't one get hit by a car and then the other tried or did? That was fucked up. There's video of that too. Ugh. Yeah, that's the other thing, is they were well off. They were enrolled in school. I mean, they had enough money to buy a fucking gun. Like, those are expensive. They said that they were fun loving, all this stuff. I don't understand this. Maybe he knew bro wanted to die and couldn't take. That's the thing. That's maybe the only thing that makes sense. And it doesn't make sense, but like for them being again, twins have this weird bond, dude. They do be freaky, yo. They have a weird bond. Although I know someone who hated their twin for a long time, didn't talk for years, and you would think they would never talk again, and now they're fucking talking all the time, borrowing money from each other. It's like fucking twins can't stay away from each other. The one that didn't get hit went on the run, and either she did a murder, the guy that took her in, or she tried to forget. Yeah, it was something fucking crazy. They can't live without each other. Yeah. And then there were the two twins who killed their mom, Jackie and what's her name? The two twins from Atlanta, I think, right? Didn't they kill their mom together, and then they cried about it and faked all this shit to get away with murder? And then the whole family was like, oh, the twins fucking did it. They lived together still at 60 years old, never left each other. Dude, those fucking old ladies, Grey Gardens, dude. Grey Gardens. Damn. This case is wild, dude. So Nazir buys the gun, has bullets ordered to the house, but then gets a plane ticket to go to the airport. I do wonder if he had a gun on him in the airport and was like, nah, I'm not going to go through. I wonder if that's why he backed out. I wonder if he didn't miss his flight. I wonder if he actually didn't want to go through with something. Maybe he was going to take it with him. I don't know. It's just, this is all weird. This is all weird.
Used in the shooting, and that it was delivered to their Lawrenceville home 3 days before their
What? That's called a twin tuition. In wrestling, the Bellas do that. They swap so the other can go in and fight without tagging out. But in this case, they really twin tuitioned. Like this one tagged into her sister's life. That's fucking crazy. That is fucking crazy. I still think Barry helped kill his twin brother, Larry, the serial killer. I had an identical twin boyfriend for a while. I cannot say for sure that they never swiped. Jesus Christ, Reggie, that is terrifying. Oh my God. Grey Gardens is your Titanic. Oh my God, it's my Roman Empire. My brother-in-law is a twin, but his sister passed at birth. He has never had a relationship and has always appeared as if something was missing. He didn't find out until later in life about his twin. Twins, dude. Twins. Remarkable. Said he was a twin or had a twin in the family who didn't survive birth. Not sure, as I was never close. Damn, dude. Damn. Reggie might have got tag team. Somebody else did a twin tuition and killed their own sister. My ex-husband's mother is a twin. Oh, there's so many twin stories. We're going to have to do a twin episode. This is crazy. This is crazy. Let's see the rest of this.
Deaths. Then forensic analysis of their phones revealed internet searches on how to load a gun and suicide rates. The GBI also says autopsies show both brothers fired a gun. But one question remains, and it's one the GBI may never be able to answer. Why would two young men enrolled in spring college courses with plans for the future, two brothers who didn't like to hike or drive outside the perimeter, take a 100-mile trip to North Georgia, climb to the top of a remote mountain, and take their own lives? One after the other with the same gun, meaning one of them had to watch the other die, then pick up the gun and pull the trigger. It's a question that may forever haunt this family.
I did speak to the twins' aunts over the phone tonight. They do plan on releasing a statement in the coming days. They still just can't believe what the GBI has released tonight. As for the GBI, they say that this investigation will be officially closed in the coming weeks.
A heartbreaking update there.
This motherfucker looks like Uncle Joey, dude. What in the Dave Coulier is going on over here? What is going on here? Yeah, I don't think so either. It feels weird, Stormy Jean. It feels weird. This is so, yeah, fucking, it's sad, dude. And when we went over this, I think we were all tripped out that, like, why Bell Mountain? Why? It makes no fucking sense to me. Ugh.
They're coding. Thank you.
And by the way, this is technically it's not really a twin episode, but you're going to see something else that's going to trip you out. Because, and I tried to find the other one, and I cannot for the life of me find it. I watched it on, I think, my laptop. So I'm going to have to go look in the history there. But I think I watched it on one of my other accounts, but I found this video of it was an old news story, not too old, but like a year or two ago, maybe. But it was these twins who something happened on a mountain, basically a hiking trail or a mountain. Or maybe they were just brother and sister or brother and brother. It was something about two kids died on a mountain, and it was like a murder suicide or a suicide. And I was like, that's kind of weird, right? But I started noticing, like, we had Abby and Libby on a trail, right? And then you had the Evansdale girls, right? So there's friend groups where it's like two friends who end up dead or kidnapped in like a weird situation. And then there's a whole ton of, I guess, groups of two, not boyfriend, girlfriend, but like brother and sister or best friends that, end up dead in national parks. It just trips me out when it's like two of them and it's something odd, but there's been a trend of them where it's like being shot, and it's weird to me. And while I was watching this, another news story popped up about these twins in the desert, or these not twins, sorry, these are friends, like two besties or something in the desert. Might even be boyfriend and girlfriend. They're two teens. And they end up shot in the desert. And I think it's like on a hiking trail. Anyway, I was just collecting these and I was like looking through them and I'm like, it's kind of weird how many like situations similar to the twin story has been happening. I don't know. Dude, so many of those. Taylor Morton, and we'll have Rock on for that because Rock knows them. She knows Taylor's ex-husband. And then the lady in Chicago, that was another one. There are so many of those. There's way too many of those. I think Taylor Morton was probably the worst. That was in Reagan. That was crazy. That was so sad. And my crush in elementary school and middle school was from New Boston. And he had the thickest New Boston accent. And when that shit happened, I was like, oh, goddamn, everyone there talks like that. Like, that's the thickest accent I've ever heard from Texas, New Boston people. But yeah, I know. I think so too. Something happened. Were they being like extorted, pressured, blackmailed? A lot of the times with teens, especially, we talked about that whole scam where teens were killing themselves because they were being blackmailed and extorted using like sextortion and shit like that. Like someone pretends to be a hot chick and then you show them your nudes or you jerking off and then they send the picture. They threaten, I'm going to send this to your fucking family and the school superintendent, and I'm a dude and you're going to look like you're gay. And then they're like, no, just stupid shit. And they do this to get these kids to the point where they'll give me your Bitcoin type of shit. And so anytime I see shit like this, I'm like, did they have any fucking crypto? Because that's a real thing. It's a real thing. In fact, I have someone very close to me who her kid had to go through, his best friend at school did that in front of the whole family, did a Jeremy from Pearl Jam. Just like went to the gun closet, got it out, and did that to himself over that. It's terrifying, dude. Like, it's kids don't know how to handle that type of shit, and it really bothers me, and it makes me wonder, like, did something happen with these kids where there was some sort of extortion or some sort of like threats going on from an external force that the family didn't know about? Ugh, something's going on. It's weird.
So much. Well, if you or someone you know is struggling or having thoughts of suicide or other mental health issues, call the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline at 988, or you can chat at 988-LIFE.
Also, like, I understand sharing the Suicide and Crisis Hotline. I understand that. Anytime there's a suicide story, that's the thing to do, right? If you're anyone you know. But in a way, it also kind of bothers me a little bit. And I don't know, am I a bad person for thinking this? But like, the family made it very clear that they were not exhibiting signs. They were not showing the symptoms of someone who is depressed. They were not behaving like they had these stressors. So by saying that, I feel like you're insinuating that this was something that the family could have seen or caught on to. I understand that that's not what this news lady's doing. It's just part of the process, and it is a good thing to put out there. But at the same time, it's like, it feels weird because what do you do when there are none? This specific situation, what do you do if you don't see that? Yeah, the GBI definitely got all up in their socials. Also, welcome, Stormy Jane. Thank you for joining the channel. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. We're a little weird, but we grow on you like a fungus. Oh, wait, no. Dude, Abby and Brittany, did they marry? They married one guy, right? Oh, we're gonna have to do an Abby Brittany episode later. We're gonna have to do one. They can. And so what do you do when they're not exhibiting suicidal thoughts, ideations, behaviors outwardly? Like, what do you do then? I feel like there ought to be some sort of like also disclaimer. And again, I'm not criticizing her, but I do feel like there should be some disclaimer where it's like, and also, even if they're not, check on your friends, something like that. I don't know. Maybe we could add to it a little bit. Maybe we could add to it again a little bit. They did marry a guy. Was it just one guy? I cannot be allowed to ever interview them because I have too many questions and they are all inappropriate. I'm just like, do you dissociate? Like, how does this work? Or do you both have to like the guy? I don't know. Yeah, I think one of them did marry just one guy. And then there were twins that married other twins. And that fucked my head up for like 2 weeks. Most famous conjoined twins were a male in the free show. Oh, they were joined. Oh, well, I didn't know that. Good morning, Tiffany. Good morning. Yeah, it's fucking tripping me out. Don't spook her yet. Okay, I won't talk about Abby and Brittany. I'm just curious. Like, if one wants to get on the roller coaster and the other doesn't, did they both get sick? If one gets nauseous on the roller coaster? Also, serious question. If one commits a crime, do they both have to go to jail? Think about it. If one's drunk driving and the other's not drunk, do they both get DWIs? Also, like, when they're at the jail, if they get fingerprinted, do you do all the fingers on all the hands? Do you have double the papers? You were doing your squirms? Wendy, we're talking about conjoined twins. Abby and Brittany. What is that? The fuck is that? Oh, God, an alarm. Stop doing that. Okay, it just stopped. Yeah, if they get arrested, are both their criminal records fucked? But if it's one, what if one kills a guy and the other's asleep? What if one poisons the husband and then the other's like, don't do it, Brittany? And then she's like, I won't. And then she's like, did you do it? Why is he dead? And then she catches her. How does she narc? How do you narc on your sister? Like, she fucking killed this guy. You can't, because if you call, she'll hear you. You have to text. And then if you text, you're getting arrested too. So you're going to turn yourselves in? What happens if one has multiple personalities? What happens if one has a dissociative disorder? Are they triplets? Like, what is going on here? What if they want to wrestle? Are they a tag team? Can they never go for an indie run just solo? Dodo Chodo? What do they do? What if one smokes marijuana, if one does weed, does the other get high? They both get high. What if one wants to do heroin and the other wants to do weed? Do they have blood vessels going to each other's heads that affect each other's brain chemicals? What if one gets on Ozempic? Then you're going to have a fat twin and a skinny twin. They're no longer twins. Now they're just conjoined difference. What if one gets on Ozempic and the wrong one gets skinny? What if one fails her driver's license exam? If they try to swap sides, I mean, also, if you think about it, the twin on the left always has to drive in America. So if they go to Ireland, does the twin on the right drive? Where do they take their driving tests? If one gets AIDS, does the other get AIDS? Like, what is happening with this? No WWE tag team? No WWE tag team because they're blonde? Oh, I see. That was a different answer. If one of them Yeah, what organs do they share? Just head organs? What organs are in your head? Just your brain? Is the brain attached? If one has intrusive thoughts, does the other not? Or do they share the intrusive thought? Do they dream the same dream? I'm gonna let this keep going.
Lifeline.org. Your conversations are free and confidential.
Orders. Truly just a tragic situation. MCSO confirming that 18-year-old Pandora Julesrud and 17-year-old Evan Clark were both shot to death. The sheriff's office says they are actively working this investigation right now, but still no word tonight on who may be responsible for this and why these two teens were killed. This growing memorial remembering two teens' lives gone too soon. The Maricopa County Sheriff's Office says the bodies of 18-year-old Pandora.
So this is the other one. So these two teens also died at a mount. And I'm like, well, that's weird. Why does this keep happening? What's going on with these tweens?
These of 18-year-old Pandora Julesrud and 17-year-old Evan Clark were found shot in the Mount Ord area. That's off State Route 87 in between Mesa and Payson. The Arcadia High School students' deaths sending shockwaves through friends, family, classmates, and the community. A family representative for Julesrud sending us a statement that says, in part, quote, "On behalf of the Julesrud family, we are heartbroken to confirm the tragic loss of our beloved Pandora, whose life was taken from us far too soon. The family is working closely with law enforcement and have full faith that justice will be served."
So they say it was taken, which makes me think that they were shot, right? They didn't do this to themselves. This is very interesting. It's very odd. This keeps happening. Two teens go to a mountain and they don't come back. It's fucking weird.
This is not the first time tragedy has struck Arcadia High School. This Arizona Republic article from March 11, 1973 details when 17-year-old Kathy Koger, who was a student at Arcadia High, and her 19-year-old boyfriend James Burgoyne were shot to death in the desert north of Saguaro Lake, also off State Route 87.
So this is really tripping me out, the amount of times this has happened recently. But also, back to this real quick, they can be conjoined in different places. Some share certain organs. Can you be conjoined at the butt? That's all I need to know. If you fart, are you farting into each other? You can't fart out. Well, you'd have to poop into each other. You know what? I can't be thinking about this. They stick people with mental. Yeah, they do. They do. You talking about in Japan? Or are you talking about New York? Because they do that in both places. Targeted the homes. I was very confused. Check the TikTok for a twin trend. Uh-oh. Starring that. Gonna do that later. Oh, shit. Shut the fuck up, Stormy. You do urban exploring. Those videos freak me out, and some of them are so cool. There is one at an undisclosed location in the woods. I want to say in Tennessee. It's apparently an old author's house who like killed his wife, and he had like Lyndon B. Johnson photos with like fucking Einstein and shit. It was a pretty nice house. It was in pristine condition, and this urban exploration crew walks through it. And literally the crime scene was still chilling. And I was like, what? But the stuff that was in there, because I like old books. I'm into ancient books, restoration of old things, antique shit like that. Like valuing those things. I'm a walking antiques fucking shop for some things. What's it called? What's that cost show? Antique Roadshow. I'm a fucking road hoe. You understand? So for me, I'm looking at these books in this urban exploration shit, and I'm like, damn, daddy, that's probably worth $150,000. But then at the same time, I really am interested in solving cold cases. So I'm also looking around at this house like, damn, what do we got here? Okay, did he got caught? He did it, or he ran away? What happened here? Like I'm assessing like crime scene analysis class. But now I'm sitting here and I'm like, Urban exploration could be the new frontier for me. Just solo. Just like I just want to go. Let me just go look. Because when I was little, I used to go look at. I grew up in South Texas. You're in Texas too? True. And I went to an old haunted bank and I found a lock. And I was like, well, this is boring as shit. And I threw it. And then later I found out that that was actually a pretty cool find. And I should have kept it. You do? Oh my God. You got to go down to Gonzales area. Navarro area. Oh, Jesus. Seguin. Which looks like it should be pronounced Seguin, but it's not. It's Seguin. Fucking, that's where the dope shit is. And in Austin, we have all these TikTokers that are picking through all of our shit at the Goodwill, so it's not good no more. One lady found an ancient Greek head relic that was worth a lot of money. And damn, I was pissed because I was at that Goodwill the week before and I didn't see the big head. But anyway, Michael Peterson, the author you were talking about in Tennessee, is that him? I couldn't figure it out. Trust me, I OSINT'd the fuck out of it. It was really hard to find. It was really hard to find. The last 24 did that. The last 24, thank you so much. Antiques Roadho, that's your new fucking screen name, Sherlock. Dude, we're gonna have to do an episode and have you on. We're gonna have to have you on. You gotta come on. I collect old photos. I collect old vintage dolls. I also have a fucking I have a haunted Teddy Ruxpin. I like to take haunted things and go, this shit's not haunted. Then when my life falls apart, I give it away on the channel. I have a Teddy Ruxpin from an old display from when he first came out. Just fucking turns on and off willy-nilly without batteries. Who cares? I will give you my Pyrex because I am so scared of Pyrex exploding, even though people say they won't. I think they will. And I have some old postcards from Ted Bundy's relatives that are pretty weird. And also anything with creepy old babies or like, this is so fucked up. I can't believe I'm admitting this, but like people with weird deformities or that look strange in old pictures, I like to grab. Like if there's a guy with like one big eye and the other's like shot out, I'm like, what happened to him? And I'll just scoop it up, you know? One time I saw one with a baby that had a nub for a hand, and I was like, this baby's so cool. I love this baby. And I took it. Yeah, but see, that's the thing. That's what they say. But I had an OG Pyrex, and it did. And so now I'm terrified of all of them. And my old neighbor gave me some old Pyrex, and I'm like, yeah, I don't trust it. You could just have it. You could just take it. This time you're in Austin, hit me up. I'll give you all the Pyrex. I don't want it. It scares shit out of me. You're in Cibolo. We got to do a Texas meetup soon. We got to do one. Are you in the creek? Are you in the creek? You're actually probably close to some dope ass antique shops too. You really are. Yeah, I don't like the ones where the babies are dead, but I did see one that was a baby that had like a ponytail, and I was like, what the fuck? Because like it was like a full blown like ponytail, like an adult would have, and it was beautiful. And I was like, why is this baby got an Ariana Grande ponytail in the 30s? You know, and then one time there was a lady who had white eyes, and I was like, well, she's fucking weird. And I grabbed that one. Yeah, North Texas, that's where I went to college. Home of the Price Master, UNT. Thank you for gifting 5 Oblivious Benson memberships. 5 Oblivious Benson memberships. That's 5 times the fun. 5 times. Okay, this one's really sad. We're gonna get over all the teens being murdered because we're gonna move on. Oh, and I put too many on here. I put too many on here.
We begin tonight with
that one again. We're gonna do a whole episode on that.
I'm Greg.
Okay, this is very aggressive news, man. I've been wanting to show you since the beginning, and we're just gonna go through the sad stuff. I'm done. We're done with sad time. It does look like it's gonna storm again outside. I don't know if I can handle 4 floods, so I might have to go soon, and I will probably come back later and do a full episode with you guys. Okay. But I might need to go get sandbags and spray foam because I'm not fucking around. They said they'd be here by 1, and I don't trust them. I don't trust them, but it is time for sillies. It is time for sillies. You're absolutely right. Listen, this is a very aggressive news, man. All right, very aggressive. But I wanted you to see they fucking took the weeds from us, and the veterans are pissed. And now I'm pissed. I'm pissed too, veterans. Okay. So I want you to see what they did to us. Not only did Governor Abbott make it really fucking hot, because I blame him for everything, but then he buddied up with old Hot Wheels and old Paxi got together with another fuckface, and they said, hey, Let's make it hot. Let's make it weird. Let's take away everyone's rights. And then now they're like, let's get the weed because they hate Austin. They're like, we want those liberals to be mad. So they took our weed. But they didn't realize the veterans love it too. And they're like, fuck, that's our fucking constituents. But guess what? They already got bought out by the lobbyists. So they're like, well, fuck, we gotta go with the money. Sorry, fuck you, veterans. So they did that. Okay, so let's go in order. Okay. They took away women's health. Okay, so they took that away. So fuck you, women. All right, ectopic pregnancy, go die, bitch. Who cares? That's what they're saying. Okay, and then they said, oh, you know how I got my Hot Wheels? By getting hit by a tree. But you know what? I sued them and I got all my money. But you know what? You're not allowed to do that anymore. So we're going to take away those rights. We're going to take away cripples' rights. We're going to take away anybody in a wheelchair. You can't have. Who gives a fuck about ramps? We're taking away your insurance. They really fucked over big time the disabled community here, which is ironic because the governor's in a wheelchair. So he made it illegal to sue people who make you disabled. And then they took away a bunch of requirements and standards for disabled people having rights, like getting into buildings and stuff. So he said, fuck that. They can just die. So that happened. Okay. So he said, women die, cripples die, not Christian. Fuck you. And they said, we're going to start doing the 10 commandments in schools, and teachers have to go put that up on a Sunday because it better be their Monday. And it's like, yo, that's a Sabbath. Isn't it part of 10 commandments? Like, we have to respect the high holy day and you're making us work. That's kind of fucked up. And legislatures did point that out. And I found that very funny. So then to top that off, like, it gets even better. It gets even fucking better. So to top that off, they're like, hey, you know what? We're also going to shut down all the good VAs, and we're going to strip funding, and we're going to strip funding from teachers, and we're also going to not reimburse you for all those teaching supplies. And you know what? Don't worry about it, because we're going to fucking tell Linda McMahon to get rid of the Department of Education, which I was wrong about. I shouldn't have had faith in her. Fuck her. She fucked it all up. Okay, she did fuck us. She fucked us hard. She fucked us hard, and she fucked us fast, and I did not expect that from Linda. But then they said, you know who else we could fuck? The veterans. Let's get rid of weed. It's going to piss off the hippies. It's going to piss off the veterans. Fuck them. Let them all die. And that's what they're doing. And that's what they're doing. And then anybody who got raped, you can die too, because you need to pay back the people you sued for not running your rape kits and letting them get moldy. How dare you expect justice? Fuck you. Die. So then they did that. And then they said bail reform. Well, how about this? We're going to keep all the junkies in there. All the junkies who are high on the weeds and the marijuanas. We're going to let out all these murderers of women and stalkers go. And then they started murdering. And then everyone went, oh. So that's where we're at now. That's an update on Texas. Here's the most recent one. So Austin made it legal to have pot. It was a big prop. Everybody's like, Prop A, Prop 1, whatever it was. Fucking woo, Rule 6, Rule 420, whatever. I voted on it. I remember asking Dylan, which one's the weed one? And then I fucking voted. Done. Okay. And I did Google it to make sure he was right. And he was right. So then they said, well, in the city, you ain't going to get arrested for weed. You can have up to a quarter pound. Just fucking, if we catch you, we might make you throw it out. But like, you know, we're not going to be a dick about it. And you can have it in your house. You can possess it. You just can't sell it. Okay, cool. And then they said all over Texas, you can have a little bit, but not enough to get you super fucked up. And then Texas went word. And they said, fine, Delta 9, Delta 8, THCA, whatever. Who gives a fuck? Just take it. So, God, that's the shirt. Put that on. We're putting that on a shirt. It's true. Everything is banned in Texas except guns, liquor, and church. That's it. That's it. That is, it's not, don't tread on me. It's don't touch guns, liquor, and church. How dare you? We need to get drunk, praise Jesus as we're shooting at things. Like, what? How will we do that if you take those away? So that's what they did. They said, you're having too much fun with this weed, you veterans. You're feeling too good, okay? You're feeling too good. You're not making us money. You're not buying up all the alcohol like you used to and getting all suicidal. How are we going to run the hospitals? How are we going to how is Governor so-and-so's tombstone industry going to make it through, you know? We can't make enough money on, yep, there is a limit on sex toys, absolutely. And if you get called butt fucking your gay lover, fucking prison for you. Because absolutely they're trying to make it illegal. They're fucking crazy. Because Governor Abbott's jealous because he's never going to get butt fucked again in his life. And if he did, he can't feel it, and that makes him sad. It makes him sad. He's like, if I can't get butt fucked, no one can get butt fucked. And they already try to do that. They try to do it just like insurance. They say if you get rear-ended, it's your fault. Same thing. Tried to do that years ago. Sued a gay couple because the SWAT team fucking busted it on them butt fucking because they fucking busted it on the wrong house. Went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said, fuck you, let these guys fuck. What's wrong with you? Well, Texas has gone out of their way to bend over backwards, ironically, to make it illegal to have any fun in any orifice that isn't penis into the unwilling vagina of a pretentious Christian lover who is married to you, who is chosen by God. So obviously, all my friends who are gays didn't like that. And some of them did, which is worrisome. They're like, good. Good. Fuck them. It's like, that's you. And they're like, I deserve it. Like, they're fucking crazy. But the point is, like, it's too much hands-on. It's not laissez-faire like they said it would be. Okay? And happy Pride Month, everybody. But it's not laissez-faire here. The government wants you to have freedom, and they also want the freedom to control everything you fucking do. And what's weird is they also want you to let go and let God. So it's like, hey, government, why don't you let go and let God, motherfuckers? Maybe God wants me to get fucking fucked in the ear. Yeah, I hate it all the time, but I fucking love being it because we get big sodas. When we go to the store, we get big sodas. Our sodas are in cups that are this fucking big. And we get the barbecue sauce that's illegal because it will give you a heart attack, but it tastes good. Okay? And if I want to fight my neighbor in the yard and beat them half to death, I can. I think. I'm pretty sure. As long as it's in my yard. So there's certain thrills of it. Are there towns that I can rip ass through going like 102 miles an hour high off my ass and get pulled over and they go, oh, you're kin to so-and-so. And I go, yep. And then they let me go. Yeah, that happens here. Stand your ground, playa. But that's the thing. If someone's coming at me, I could shoot them in the face. But also, if they just want to shoot me for no reason, they can. So it's very confusing. It's a lot like Todd Chrisley getting out of prison, isn't it? And you have that in Florida, and you have alligators. And you have Florida Man, which is a whole vibe. But anyway, this is what they're doing to fuck us this week. I just wanted to, I'm going to be honest with you. I just want to vent.
We're going to welcome to What's Your Point, where our panelists call it like they see it. Let's greet them. Starting us off, attorney and longtime conservative commentator Gary Polland. Next up, Fox 26 legal and political analyst Chris Tritico. In the 3 spot, writer and public policy consultant Charles Blaine. Batting cleanup, Bill King, well-known businessman, columnist, and fellow at Rice University's Baker Institute. And closing us out, education and public safety advocate Paul Castro. Let's begin.
Because if we were saying, like, we should ban things that are bad for you, why don't we ban cigarettes? Why don't we ban alcohol? Why don't we ban a lot of things?
Houston State Representative Gene Wu waging what would prove a losing battle to keep over-the-counter THC product sale legal in Texas. The 6-year-old industry has generated explosive revenue estimated at $8 billion through more than 8,000 retail locations. The problem, says Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, are the bad actors, of which there are far too many. Slinging ultra-high potency synthetic weed.
YouTube bad actors, I need to see you at the front. YouTube bad actors, I need to see you at the front. I have a suggestion.
Weed that's being easily accessed by kids.
They're poisoning our children, and we must THC. We can't regulate it. We don't have enough police to check.
This guy does gay rape on kids. He's like legit like the biggest fucking hypocrite. This guy supports child molesters in San Antonio for the head of the Conservative Party. Their what do you call it? It's like their fucking CPAC thing. He also, like him and Rick Perry and a bunch of other people, really got off on the twinks. Let's just say that. He's one of those church guys who will absolutely fuck a twink, but also will jerk off to kid porn. Like, he's a piece of shit, allegedly, in my opinion, and according to the Dirty, which is, I mean, it has a lot of pop-ups. It's got a lot of malicious software. It tries to embed inside of you, but if you can get past all of that, it had a lot of fucking receipts. Okay. This is the storm the Capitol guy. He protected the other guy who did storm the Capitol, the one with the crossed eye. Okay. They fucking suck. He's the worst. This is a guy who advocates for beating his wife. Like, listen, just let me smack her around once in a while when she gets lippy. Like, it's that kind of guy. He's a real piss poor person. The election was rigged so they could win. I know you see like a mentally afflicted Paul McCartney here. That's not what you're looking at. That is a cover. This is a guy that punches glass and breaks it because he found out women can vote. He's very upsetting.
Like every store when there are 8,000 to 9,000.
Hates the gays. So I don't like him.
Of them.
State Representative James Tallarico argued the ban simply makes a troubling situation exponentially worse.
This bill is not going to stop Texans from smoking weed or eating edibles just because a bunch of politicians in Austin tell them not to.
I love you, James Tallarico. And I like how you made them feel stupid about the Ten Commandments. That was really cool. He's the guy who did that. This guy got educated as fuck, and he doesn't look too bad. That's all I'm going to say.
Texans will still use THC, but instead of
And we're going to buy it from you, James Tallarico.
getting it safely from a local small business, they'll now get it from the black market, from the drug cartels. This ban is a gift to the cartels.
Panel, is there any way to get this genie back in the bottle, or does this just move much of the THC business onto the black market? You know, Paul Castro, I want to go to you first on this.
Put the genie in the bottle. I wish that they would play some sick ass reggae while they ask these questions, because these dudes are dressed like Sports Center nerds.
Yeah, my concern is that it is going to push everything underground. So as an example, one of the things that is that, certain types of gambling
bangs, you're high,
are illegal, and yet you go into gas stations and what do you see? You see people, taking money out of ATM machines and gambling all day. It's going to be there in some way, shape, or form. We're talking about $8 billion industry, 53,000 jobs, probably $8 billion industry, 53,000 jobs, probably 400 million in sales tax receipts that are going to go underground. And so if it goes underground, my primary concern is the easiest thing to do is lace it with fentanyl, and that way you have a hooked client. But if you don't know a good way to measure that out, there's a possibility of increasing deaths. So I'm not in favor of.
Lace it with fentanyl did make me laugh. Because, dude, shut the fuck up. But also, unfortunately, they actually did do that in Austin. So, fuck, my bad, dog.
Obviously, having anything, illegal things happening for kids, I'm also concerned that the market's there now, and that market will find a way to be satisfied.
Charles, you've been watching the legislative session closely. What's your read?
I mean, it's not about safety. This is about control. That is what they are trying to do. They want the state to control this entirely, which is why they were going to shut this program down and open up the Texas Compassionate Use Program by moving some people with chronic illnesses and expanding those who can have access to that program, because they don't. But the House was playing a little bit of a game here because they shut down the program in agreement with what the Senate was doing. The Senate agreed with that the House was going to propose a bill that would then expand the use program, and then the Senate removed those provisions out of their bill. So pretty much they got played and then played the rest of Texans. And so what's going to happen with people with chronic illnesses who are utilizing it now? Well, they're probably not going to get in the compassionate use program unless the Senate and the House convene and find agreement on that.
You know what? Charles Manson knows exactly what the fuck is up. Charles, thank you. Thank you. And also, La Familia cartel wouldn't put up with that shit either. And also, that's going to be way more expensive than pot if you're any cartel, because pot grows the best in Mexico. Now, do they fuck it up and compress it in gas tanks and dehydrate it and bird fucking parts get into it on the road because they compress it in tires? Yeah, but that's the swag. They have perfect pot weather there for anything other than swag, which gets sold to San Antonio and Corpus teens. Everything above the fucking Mason hippie line of Austin is free reign for all their chronic and their fucking hydroponic and all their fucking marijuana, all of it. They're not going to fuck with lacing pot with fentanyl. It's actually, unfortunately, it's some of the homeless people. And they do it to try to get others who have already done fentanyl or have strange addiction problems to want more, and then they sell them a shitty sack. And then they get their ass beat, and then they end up on the TV. And I know this because all the comedy clubs are downtown, and you see them revolving, and they get a little crazy because they do get addicted to stuff like spice and shit like that. And usually, if somebody's going to do that, it's because they want to cause problems and they're doing it to one or two people. The whole idea of like putting fentanyl on the weed and sending it across the border is pretty fucking insane, though. They're not going to do that. They're just going to sell the fentanyl. You know, and also like a lot of the cartels have very strict rules. One of them, you only traffic through women. One of them, the women are the most respectable. One of them is a bunch of little hoodlums, a bunch of young kids who are like they think it's fucking Grand Theft Auto. And then there's the one that's the ex-military Marines, and they're fucking scary as shit. The Zetas. There's all different rules in different cartels. It's very, very fascinating how these news people just kind of group them all together. But also, if we say that, people go, how you know that? Well, because we live near there? Because it's a problem? Shit, my fucking, one of my relatives used to teach La Barbie. Look him up. He's a cartel guy. I thought he was real hot when he played football when he was in high school. And then he turned into the lead enforcer for a cartel. And that's when it's like, damn, okay. He growed up, you know. And they are terrifying. And that's why we're going to stop talking about them, because they scare the shit out of me. And I don't want no fucking beef. Pretty sure they killed my ex-roommate. I'm pretty over it. It is weird, though, how they're using the cartel as a talking point when discussing marijuana, because everybody here gets their weed from California. It's California, Portland, Denver. Like, nobody gets it from the border anymore, except maybe 20 years ago. This drug war is not working out, you know?
But Lieutenant Governor Patrick has been adamant that he does not want to add chronic illness to the compassionate use program.
Chris, I've got 5 or 6 of these smoke shops within a mile of my house. I mean, they're everywhere. And they've got clients who one would think aren't just going to go cold turkey.
Right.
Go ahead.
This is the worst mistake since Prohibition.
Hey, tell them to spare me by proxy. If there's any sort of border wars, just leave me alone. I didn't do anything.
Really, I mean, you know, they passed a bill, let everybody open up these shops. People start using it, and now they're going to take it away, and it's just silliness. If you didn't want to do it in the first place, you shouldn't have passed the law, and you shouldn't have allowed all these businesses to open up just to come back a few years later and take it back away. I forgot his name, but the representative who said you can't take it away now is right. Because what's going to happen is you're just going to have all the cartels coming back in. They're going to find a way to bring it in illegally. The border wall is not going to stop them from bringing this into the state and selling it. And so you're just going to have people buying it illegally and still using it. They should have just left this alone and found a way to regulate it better.
Yeah, we thought that the House was going to re-regulate versus completely ban, Gary. Could this blow back on Republicans?
I don't think so. Look, I think that Lieutenant Governor Patrick is correct. He's correct.
This man is a fucking dumbass. And Governor Patrick and Ken Paxton can suck my fucking dick. Why did the comments turn off? This guy's a fucking dumbass. That's a piss poor wig. If you're gonna get a wig or hairpiece, just fucking make it go all the way to the front, you fucking idiot.
and saying it's getting to our kids, that's not really regulated. You have no idea what they're selling at these places because they can sell whatever. So underground.
No, they can't. You regulated it. You said 0.3 and they said okay, and then or 0.03 and it's all under 0.03. I don't
Above ground, it really doesn't matter. And I understand the compassionate argument for those who have illnesses and need this for that, and there should be a way to handle that. I'm not sure what the real answer is, but I can tell you this. Of my juvenile clients, the #1 target for aggravated robberies are shops like these.
Wow.
#1.
All right, Bill King by design.
Oh, that's interesting because if I use that same argument for gun control because the #1 clients are little kids trying to learn in their classrooms, you tell me not to blame the gun, but whatever.
And you've heard the conversation. What's your takeaway?
Well, I feel like a broken record on this a little bit, but I'm just going to repeat. As far back as we go into the historical record, people have been ingesting something to change their mood, to get a high on. It's been going on, I mean, for literally thousands of years. And nobody's ever figured out a way to make human beings stop doing that by regulation or making it.
This guy's like, I'm on 42 fentanyl right now. I'm fine.
Illegal or anything else. I don't care how much you say we're going to.
Well, how much weed do you think I was on when I picked out this suit I'm wearing? Look at this suit. It looks good, man. He starts eating the suit.
#1 target for aggravated robberies are shops like these.
Wow.
#1.
All right, Bill King by design. You've heard the conversation.
What about the money shops that get robbed all the time? What about the banks? Maybe we should get rid of money in banks. Fuck the Fed. Also khaki stores, because I don't like this. I don't like what's going on with these khakis. And also any pants stores that aren't Levi's. What are we doing here? I thought we were in Texas, brothers. This is pathetic. This is piss poor. This is real piss poor. You know what this looks like? You know what this looks like? It looks like a fucking... honestly, it does look like a meeting for, like, alcohol. This looks like Al-Anon, but, like, forced. Like, it's Al-Anon. It's like we brought the dads together to find out why their sons are alcoholics, and then we're seeing their personalities, and it's like, oh, that's why. Okay.
What's your takeaway?
Well, I feel like a broken record on this a little bit, but I'm just going to repeat. As far back as we go into the historical record, people have been ingesting something to change their mood, to get a high on. It's been going on, I mean, for literally thousands of years, and nobody's ever...
He's like, I did galaxy gas with my nephew this morning, and I feel fine. Look how red his fucking eyes are. Look at how red... This guy's fucking huffing jankum on a roof. He's been huffing his own interior ass gases. His methane from the tap of his own asshole all fucking morning. He's going to talk to me? He's going to talk to me about good night? Bro, I'm the wrong bitch, dude. Nah, son. This isn't going to change a goddamn thing, sir. Unless you're on my side, then I salute you and I like your tie.
Figured out a way to make human beings stop doing that by regulation or making...
You know what? I take it all back. Now that I think about it, this is the people we all need. It's like, listen, they're going to do it. Just let them fuck and let them get high. Who cares?
Illegal or anything else. I don't care how much you say.
Yes, and in the Bible, Moses was high. You know that bush that grows on top of that mountain that they talks about in the Bible? Okay, well, they was talking about this bush and they described it pretty good. Sounds kind of like a bit of an agave. But really what it is it's a version of ayahuasca. And guess what? When you eat it, you have a mushroom trip and you see fire. You see fire. And you hear voices talk to you that sound thunderous. And these scientists went up there and they said, let's test this. And they ate the bush. You just eat it. You just eat the leaves. They tripped fucking balls. They thought God was talking to them too, just like Moses did. So ironically, time is a flat circle and the earth is round. And I will fight you on that. But if you think about it, if you really think about it, what came from that? What came from Moses' little fucking freaky trip out? What came from that? Historically, if we were to believe it, and we were to go munch on that bush, Think about it. What came from that experience? All of a sudden, he turns into the friend at the party who's like, everybody quit fucking, this is wrong. But get those drugs out of here. My mom and dad are coming back. You know? That's what happened. And he made the 10 Commandments. And you know what the legislators were just fighting over on the same day they fought over this shit? Putting the 10 Commandments back in schools, prominently displayed. And the guy you just saw earlier that was arguing about why banning weed is fucked up. He's the same guy who was like, yo, that's fucked up. You guys trying to make teachers work on a Sunday to put the 10 Commandments up when that's against them. And I thought that was very funny. So it really does all come back to politics, doesn't it? Anyway, I like his tie.
They were going to interdict it. We never do. And so if you really want to get at this problem, what we need to do is throw as much money as necessary into research of addiction. What is the physiology of the research of addiction? And we actually have some drugs out there. There's some drugs that can substantially reduce your craving for alcohol, for example. So we're on the cusp of this. We need to figure this out so that we can address this medically. It's never going to be addressed through interdiction and enforcement.
All right, let's get to the brass tacks here. This was a horse trade. The House didn't like what the Senate did with its school finance bill. In order to get what it wanted, it agreed to pass this THC ban. Paul, what's the difference with adopting the House's education finance plan?
Oh, well, it's an extra $800 million for one. I mean, I think that it passed with a lot of support. If we're going to look at, I mean, a lot of people just kind of took back their hesitations about the school finance plan as originally passed. When they put in that additional $800 million, they added additional dollars for things that were concerns, windstorm insurance, the cost that school districts are paying to pay for the teacher retirement system. All of those things, I think, made it more interesting, so the trade happened.
All right. Quickly?
The House does not get off the hook. This was because they got a backroom promise that they tweeted about yesterday saying the Senate would agree to expand the Texas Compassionate Use Program, and they took that deal and then they were played in the Senate. So no, this is, I mean, it could partially be about education too, but let's not let them off the hook for this.
We can talk more about it later.
Tonight we are learning more about a story you might remember from a long time ago and plenty of updates in between. It's Skyview 21 in Dauphin County today. That's where state police and excavators were tearing up land in an area where they previously had searched for Tracy Crowe. Thanks for being here with us tonight at 6 o'clock. I'm Joel.
Well, that wasn't supposed to be on there. I was just going to watch that. Do you guys want to watch this together? It's a 36-year-old cold case for Tracy Crowe. You guys ever heard of that? I like her hair. Let's see.
Smith, the 17-year-old, went missing in 1989. And the last time there was any evidence of her, it was 1993. State police have been in Jackson Township all day today. So is CBS 21's Maxine Rose now joining us with the latest on this search and what's next.
Joel, we were alerted by a witness today of what was happening here in Jackson Township on Mountain House Road behind me here. Since we got here just about 5 hours ago, we have seen nothing but working from state police, canines, and excavators.
I'm surprised. I don't know what else there is to dig up.
Neighbors stunned to see crews breaking ground once again near the property of a suspect in a more than 3-decade-old case. Millersburg native Tracy Crowe, just 17 years old when she disappeared in 1989. Police say she was last seen in Alex Acres Trailer Park in Jackson Township, attempting to drop things off at her sister and brother-in-law's house. They weren't home at the time. Crowe never returned to her family's home in Millersburg and was never seen again. Her car, however, was found the next day in the Millersburg town square. And according to the FBI, it was years later in 1993 that parts of her wallet were found in Washington Township 9 miles away from Millersburg. Authorities believe Crow was abducted, most likely by someone she knew. According to the Charlie Project, the biological father of Crow's younger sister became a key suspect in 2022. That's Mark Warfel, now 92 years old, who went to jail for burglary charges in 2019. In 2023, state police came to this exact area to, quote, methodically destroy buildings belonging to Warfel. The family of Tracy Crow still have yet to see any signs of her remains.
It's bothersome that they haven't found it if it's right there. I can't imagine what it would be like for them, honestly. I can only imagine the grief that they've gone through. They want closure, right? So hopefully they can get it.
Hopefully they can get it, he says. Now, state troopers tell us that they are expected to be back out here tomorrow, but other than that, they have not given us any additional information or updates about what's happening behind me. And as soon as we do learn more, we will share that with you on air and online at CBS21.com. Live in Dauphin County, I'm Maxine Rose, CBS 21 News.
Thanks for the update, Maxine. So the disappearance of Tracy Crow, once again, it's a story we have been following for decades. So let's go back to the beginning. First missing in 1989. She was last seen at the Alex Acres trailer park, where she dropped off items for her sister and brother-in-law. That was August 5th. Then the next day, her car found in the Millersburg town square. 4 years later, her wallet discovered near the Wiccanisco Creek. But that was the last time police say they found anything connected to this case. In 2020, Holly Mallet was sentenced for lying to police in connection with the case, centering around a man who was looking into the connection with the case as well, but never charged. In 2022, Mark Warfel was named a suspect. However, police have not charged him with the death either. So given this case's long history, we wanted to hear from some of the viewers out there what they've heard about this, what they're thinking today. And this is some of the response from Facebook. I want to go to Michelle here. Just find it so hard that it's not solved. We live in a very small area. Everyone knows what's going on. They know what you do before you do. Someone needs to talk and give answers for the family and friends. Here's Becky. I pray they can find some sort of closure. It's probably too late to see anyone go to jail, but at least there will be some answers, hopefully. And a lot of people are just saying this, her poor family, says Brenda. I heard they were there again. I hope they find closure after all these years, as Kelly. Did they find something? A lot of us want to know the answer to that. Haven't heard yet. That would be Cameron. And final thing here, yes, the family needs closure. A lot of people saying that. Jennifer, thanks for all the responses talking about the Tracy Crow case after all these years. And the district attorney says the case remains open, and you can learn more about this case. Once again, a cold case for so long, but we have a lot of details for you at CBS21.com.
Let's share her face. Let's help to find her.
It's been more than...
Okay, so this is the one that Grizzly's covering a lot, and I'm going to have to catch up, and I'm going to have to watch hers because I'm like so behind on this one. But this is the one with the 3 pervs that got arrested that we talked about earlier. By the way, Darlene is Strictly Dickly, for those who didn't know. Also, an age poll. No, I'm not going to do that to you guys. Don't reveal your age or social security numbers or addresses on. And let's talk about this in the Discord also, guys. Don't put your personal information. Don't do that here. It's just not safe. You fucking dipshits. What's wrong with you? Anyway, this kid's fucking missing because some perverts did something. So let's find out, shall we?
Than a month since anyone has seen 15-year-old Elisa Petrov.
Her parents, my heart just breaks for them.
South Jordan police said this UTA station in Provo is her last known location. They said she was asking people for help getting to Las Vegas. Wednesday, police said they'd arrested 2 men who they said had been talking to her online before her disappearance.
Was targeted by adults in a vulnerable situation. And she needs to be brought home.
Matthew Menard of Miami is being charged for exploitation and enticement of a minor, and Samuel Mitchell of Harriman, Utah, for exploitation of a minor. Both men were booked into the Salt Lake County Jail. Neither are charged in connection with her disappearance.
Really hope that with the arrests that something comes of this and that there is some justice.
As South Jordan police and other agencies continue looking for Elisa, so are Utahns.
I have been seeing flyers around Provo, and each bus stop I've seen through the UVAX, I've seen a poster there.
Mitchell Hawes is at the Provo train station often. He says he knows how supportive Utah's communities can be.
Reposts on social media and stuff like that will definitely help with awareness, word through mouth.
Be living on the East Coast and see a West Coast missing flyer, and it's so important that you know that your share could hit the right person who might have seen this child. Or
asking Elisa to trust her family, come home, and know that's where she belongs.
We just want you all to be safe. There's a lot of people who care about you, and that's the most important thing, is getting you home.
Richard says never stop sharing her story. Keep looking.
I hope she finds her way back home.
South Jordan police ask if anyone has information to please call them. In Provo, Avery Klanowski, Fox 13 News, Utah.
New developments tonight in the search for a missing teen, Alyssa Petrov. We are hearing from neighbors in Harriman, where one of the suspects was arrested. This special Garna Mejia live for us tonight from the Salt Lake County Jail. That's where two of those suspects are being held. Garna?
Yeah, good evening, Mike. What we're hearing from Alyssa Petrov's family is, again, these men are being held responsible for connections for charges related to sexual exploitation of children and messages found on their phones, but not for the kidnapping of Alyssa Petrov. And that, her family says, is the real question. Where is she and who is she with?
This family neighborhood in Harriman, where South Jordan police found a third suspect connected to the case of missing teen Alyssa Petrov.
I had heard about the initial girl missing when it broke the news a little while ago. But
neighbors like Cheyenne Larson shocked.
It's definitely unnerving.
41-year-old Samuel Mitchell was allegedly messaging the teen. On his phones, police found sexually explicit conversations and videos of underage girls.
It's wild that this was so close to home and we have kids.
Mitchell also admitting he made plans to meet the 15-year-old, but said it didn't happen because he got sick. Tonight, Petrov's father also concerned about the Florida man who finally turned himself in last night, Matthew Menard.
The Florida guy probably did significantly worse because he was actually telling her how to hide, and we still didn't find her.
The Petrov family questioning if 35-year-old Menard is being transparent.
Police tried to talk to him and ask him if he knew where Alyssa was, but I don't think he told them, so we don't even know if he met her.
3 men now in custody, including one in Texas, but still no sign of Alyssa Petrov.
We really want to find Alyssa, and we hope that she is all right.
And Alyssa's family tells us that they still have that $20,000 reward for her safe return. As for Matthew Menard, we're hearing he has attorneys here in Utah. We've reached out to them, but have not heard back. He does have a court hearing on June 2nd. As for Mitchell, still no word on what his next steps will be in court. We'll keep you posted, but for now, I'll send it back to you.
So disturbing. Hopefully they can find her and find her quickly and safe. Garna, thank you.
Tonight, a new phase begins as the defense calls its first witness.
Neither of the events that occurred on that date were triggered by a collision.
A digital forensics expert takes the stand as the defense tries to cast doubt on prior conclusions involving Karen Reed.
God damn it every time. Anyway, I was just saying, where did she fucking go? And also, Sassy fucking, you fucking dipshit. All you put in your personal shit. Yeah, I know you did, Sassy. Quit doing that. And also earlier, you guys are put LA, I deleted it. You guys are putting your fucking ages. Someone else the other day put their kid's full name. They're like, my daughter so-and-so died and blah, blah, blah. And we grew up. And I'm like, dude, don't be. One lady said, I work at this business. Don't tell people where you fucking work. In what town. I will protect you. I will take it down. I just haven't been in the Discord yet. I went in and I read through and I was like, God damn it. And the shit was starting. Now I gotta go. You guys are fucking crazy. And in chat the other day, and in the comments, when y'all was like, I have a 15-year-old and we keep the doors unlocked and how I'm like, what the fuck? No, I know you're not, Tassie. That's the problem. God damn. It's too many. You guys are putting too much personal information out there. I know you want demographics, but you can't have them. No charts and graphs. Fuck that. Next thing you know, someone's getting murdered. I'm getting interviewed. Don't fucking do that to me. Don't put me through that stress. Don't you bring the cops into this family. All right, we got Duty Ron and Duty Ed. We don't need more. I'll fucking take you to Duty Canton. I'll leave you. No more Grand Canyon. You're going to Grand Canton. You kids keep this up. I'll drop you off on Proctor's front door. She is being a good child. I just think you kids put too much of your shit out there. You need to calm down. You fucking lie. People go, how old are you? You say 26. God damn it. Well, you're fucking dead. It doesn't count, Charles Manson. You are feral. You're all fucking feral as fuck. You guys are crazy. Poopatrocta every fucking time. Every fucking time. All right. We're going to fade out on some of this shit. I love you guys. I got to go. I got to go get sandbags. Maybe I'll be back later. We'll see how it goes. God bless.
It's car plus.
The Commonwealth's case fails miserably. The evidence of collision is abundant.
The motion is denied.
The judge rejects the defense's push to dismiss the case. We delve deeper into that, as well as the prosecution's bid to block testimony from witnesses linked to Michael Proctor. Canton Confidential, the Karen Reed murder trial, starts right now.
The Karen Reed retrial is now in the hands of her defense team, but before the defense called its first witness, they moved to dismiss